Shine on me. Shine on you. Jump up, it's a good day, it's a good day, it's a good day. Jump up, it's a good day, hooray, hooray. Jump up, it's a good day, it's a good day, it's a good day. Jump up, it's a good day, hooray, hooray. Everybody clapping their hands, everybody playing in the band, moving and a grooving, shaking and a loving. Happy people all over the land. Jump up, it's a good day, it's a good day, it's a good day. Jump up, it's a good day, hooray, hooray. Jump up, it's a good day, it's a good day, it's a good day. Jump up, it's a good day, hooray, hooray. Everybody make Hello everyone, thank you for tuning in here to Shine Online number 3. This is Shine Online 2019. It's the third time that Shannon and I have put this together, and we're really excited about this third year. We got some new people, we got some really amazing music, and some really amazing workshops, including yoga. We got yoga for the first time this year, so it's going to be really awesome. Stick around. What I'm doing personally, my name is Selomon. I'm a meditation coach. So today I will be doing a meditation. And this meditation is about having your best year that you've had yet. So no matter how old or young you are, anywhere in between, this is a really good meditation to connect with some dreams or some aspirations. Anything that you want to accomplish this year, this is a really good meditation for you. And stick around to the end. After this, we're going to have some yoga and then get into some workshops. Thank you all. I'm really, really excited that you're all here. If you're in the chat room, say hello, whether you're on Facebook or somewhere else. I'm really excited. Whether you're listening live or anywhere in space and time, you're where you need to be right now. So thank you for being here. Like I said, this meditation is about having your best year yet. The music that I'm playing is music that I've created along with some other music from an album that Shannon and I have put together for the Chakras, and that's out now. You can get more information. Just ask me about it after the meditation. But for right now, just go ahead, relax, get into a comfortable position. And if you're able to, you can close your eyes. And right now, just breathe and relax. As you inhale, you're bringing fresh energy to each cell. As you exhale, you're letting go of any toxic energy, any waste that you need to release. Notice how the oxygen that you're breathing in affects your body. With each breath, feel yourself sinking deeper into relaxation. Let all of your weight sink down. Allow the ground to support you. Feel that gentle embrace of gravity. Give yourself permission now to let go of any stress. Just continue to breathe and relax, allowing yourself to let go of any kind of stress that you're feeling. Just accept that being on this earth means that it means that you're going to go through some stress, but you don't have to hold on to it. So if you'd like, Visualize sunshine surrounding you and helping you to melt away any of your stress. Feel the warm rays of the sun take away all of your stress and any tension. Allow each muscle in your body to relax. From the top of your head, move down, feeling any tension melting away. Spend extra time anywhere that you need to. Continue to breathe and allow each muscle to relax. As your body sinks deeper into relaxation, allow any thoughts floating around in your mind to drift away. Visualize a river that flows in one ear and out of the other. Each thought is like a leaf, and these leaves or these thoughts are floating down this river. And just watch each one float away and disappear. Sometimes the space between each thought is shorter than what we would like, but if you continue to practice, the space between each thought will expand. And that space between each thought is going to be filled today with energy to help you have your best year yet. With a focused awareness on this topic, on this theme, we will be setting ourselves up to truly, really have our best year yet. Are you ready to draw in that kind of year? Are you ready to have a breakthrough? Me too. As all of those thoughts float away, and each muscle is completely relaxed, take a deep breath in and hold it for a short moment. And exhale deeply, giving each cell in your body a major refresh. Isn't this so beautiful right now? We're all breathing, being conscious right now with thousands of other people across space and time. What a miracle. Begin now to meditate on what your best year would look like. We're just continuing to breathe and imagine what our best year would look like. Think about what it is you hope to accomplish this year. What dreams do you want to make a reality this year? allow whatever thoughts, images, feelings, and emotions to come up as you think about what the best year of your life would look like. If you need some help with this, then think about what makes you the most happy. Do you have any hobbies? Do you have an idea for a book? You can look as far back as you need to in order to find whatever it is that makes you feel the most joy and love in life. And it's okay if you don't find an answer this time around. Just ask that the answer come to you at the perfect time. But when you do find something, begin to imagine what a great accomplishment would look like. So if you had an idea for a book, a great accomplishment could be just finishing the book. So just see yourself writing that book and it being super successful, whatever that means to you. Having the best year yet means something different for everyone. Accept that it's okay for everyone to have their own dreams, as long as it causes no harm. having your best year could mean, I don't know, having the most fun or learning the most you've learned in a year, overcoming a fear, whatever. The vastness of space is the limit here. And have some fun with this. Enjoy it. This is exciting, getting to take something from an idea and a dream and bring it into the physical. It's quite magical. Begin to imagine what it would feel like to have your best year yet. Think about how you want to feel after having your best year. Just breathe, be open to whatever feeling comes up for you. Just relax and allow everything to flow easily. Any answers, anything you need in this moment right now. Just continue to think about how you want to feel, how it would feel to have your best year, and really focus on that feeling. Put all of your awareness into that feeling. And even if you need to pretend at first, that's okay. Just connect with what it would feel like to have your best year. It's the end of 2019. You accomplished some goals, you did some things, and now, after some reflection at the end of the year, you think to yourself, wow, this really was my best year yet. So, how are you feeling right now? And remember this feeling. Remember how this feels. This is important to continue to come back to this feeling. It'll help you stay focused and motivated. We're gonna switch it up here now by thinking about anything that's blocking or distracting you from having your best year. What is keeping you from having the best year? Could be mental, could be physical, maybe you have a busy schedule, etc., etc. Just allow yourself to become aware of anything that's blocking you from having the best year of your life. And this is a space of non-judgment and acceptance. Remember that self-love is really important. So anything, any kind of feelings, emotions, thoughts that come up as you become aware of whatever it is that's blocking you, just accept it for what it is and know that it's going to help you to get to where you want to be. So continue to breathe and relax. Just becoming aware of anything that's been blocking us from having our best year. Take a moment to notice how these blockages make you feel. How any of these distractions that keep you from doing the things you dream about doing. How does that make you feel? Maybe you deal with procrastination. And after a busy day, you come home and the one thing that you really wanted to do couldn't be done because now, after a busy day, you're exhausted and you don't feel like you can get to it. How does missing out on that one thing that you wanted to do make you feel? A lot of times our ego and certain thoughts will keep us from doing those things that we really want to do. In order to accomplish all of the things and to have your best year, you will benefit greatly from remembering what it feels like to have your best year, and use that to motivate you to do those things that you really want to do, even if you're exhausted or not in the mood or whatever reason that stops you. And let your feelings be your guide here for these decisions. Because each day we have a million decisions to make, and it can be really hard. But if you give yourself permission to let the feeling of having your best year guide you, that's what's going to happen. So when you come home after a busy day, even if you're exhausted, would it make you feel really good to still do that one thing that you wanted to do if possible? Wouldn't it be much better to still do the thing and to feel really good about it? These are things that you can think about when making decisions. And think about this quote from Einstein. It's a paraphrase here, but he said that, Matt, in order to get whatever it is you want, you got to match that frequency, and you will get it because there is no other way. And he said that it wasn't philosophy. He said that was physics. So begin now to visualize yourself overcoming any obstacles that come between you and your best year. And each time you overcome an obstacle, have a mini celebration. Just continue to breathe and relax as you imagine yourself overcoming any obstacle that stopped you from having your best year. In each moment, you have the power to overcome anything that tries to block you. If you would like, you can call on help from God or the angels or spirit guides if that supports your belief system. You do this by asking God, spirit guides, angels, I call upon you now to assist me in overcoming any obstacles that block me from having my best year yet. I'll say that again. God, spirit guides, angels, I call upon you now to assist me in overcoming any obstacles that block me from having my best year yet. After this meditation is over, you need to give this intention to have your best year daily attention. So just remembering, I want to have my best year this year. I can overcome many obstacles. Continuing to follow that feeling of having your best year and making decisions based on that feeling. Every day, wake up remembering to have your best year. Remember what you want to accomplish. Remember how you want to feel. You got this. I believe in you. Before we end the meditation here during Shine Online, we're going to boost up our energy and activate our superpowers. And this is one of Shannon's, my divine partner, Shannon, who has a chakra workshop coming up in Shine Online. This is one of her favorite Kundalini yoga exercises. And this is called the Ego Eradicator. It's a really uplifting, powerful meditation, and you can do this with me now, or you can just continue to relax. It's all up to you. It's your choice. If you're lying down right now, you can sit up. Go ahead and open your eyes if you need to, but then as you readjust, make sure to close your eyes again. And sit up with a straight back. And do a thumbs up with each hand if you can. And now what we're going to do is we're going to take those hands, we're going to use our arms, and we're going to lift them straight up into the sky. And raise them as high as you can. Make your arms as straight as you can. And now begin to breathe slowly and deeply. As you inhale, fill the belly, getting as much air as you can, and as you exhale, push all the air out of your lungs. Make sure to push in with the belly. And it's really important to do these breaths as deeply as you can and use your belly to really push that air out. Inhale deeply. Exhale deeply. Now, with those arms straight up, we're going to speed up our breathing a little bit. Deep inhale, deep exhale. Deep inhale, deep exhale. Continue to feel that amazing power coming into your body as you breathe in and out very deeply. Full breaths here, full breaths as you feel that power coming into you right now. Continue to breathe deeply with your arms raised, feeling that power coming in. Pushing past our comfort zone is where the real miracle happens. So just continue to breathe. Continue to hold your arms up. Breathing in deep. Deep exhale. Deep inhale. Deep exhale. All this energy that is flowing into your body now is helping you to have your best year. Once again, we're going to speed up our breath now. Deep inhale, deep exhale. Deep inhale, deep exhale. Deep inhale, deep exhale. Keep pushing yourself. allowing that flow of miracles into your life. Just continue to breathe deep. Deep inhale, deep exhale. Deep inhale, deep exhale. Deep inhale, deep exhale. Just continue a little bit longer. Deep inhale, deep exhale. Deep inhale, deep exhale. Deep inhale, deep exhale. We're going to speed it up one more time and just continue to push past your comfort zone where the real miracle happens. You're doing so good. All right, you ready? Last time. In, out, in, out, in, out. And really push all that air out as you exhale. In, out, in, out, in, out. Feel all that power. You're doing so good. Just a few more breaths. In, out, in, out, in, out. Beautiful. You can relax now. You can relax your body. Allow your arms to fall. And take a moment to close your eyes if they're open and reflect on this whole meditation, everything that's happened. You got to imagine what having your best year would be like. You became aware of anything that's blocking you from having that kind of year, and now you're motivated and energized, and you have some techniques that you can use to overcome any kind of procrastination and anything that's stopping you. How do you feel now? Whenever you're ready to come back from the meditation, take a deep, slow inhale, wiggling your toes and fingers. And exhale all the air out of your lungs. And open your eyes. So as everyone comes back, I would just like to thank you all so much for tuning in to Shine Online, the Cyber Transformational Festival that you can watch in your pajamas at home whenever you want. This is available on demand for anybody who's watching live, available in different parts of space-time. There are other workshops coming up. Up next we have some yoga with Melissa, and then we have some really amazing workshops, and then in the evening we're going to have some great music, so keep coming back and stay tuned with us. Just go to the bathroom and then come right back. It's really, really something that I think y'all are really, really going to enjoy. I do personal sessions for anybody who's interested in that. I do personal Reiki sessions, distance and in person. I do meditation sessions. I do sound healing, where it's more instruments than guided. And I have a flute and all kinds of instruments that I use. You can find more information about me and my services at Selomon.com. If anybody has any questions about anything at all, you can feel free to email me at selomonofficial@gmail.com. Also, I am doing the True Abundance Challenge. It's a live stream meditation that I do each week for 4 weeks, and that's starting tomorrow, March 4th. And I'll be streaming every Monday for 4 weeks in the Meditation Guild on Facebook. It's a group on Facebook called the Meditation Guild, and there's only one on there, so make sure you sign up for that. And that's where I will be doing my True Abundance Challenge for March, and I'm really excited about it. And I really hope all of you tune in, because it's going to be great. So thank you all so much once again for tuning in here, and just have a really great rest of your day, and make sure to check out all the rest of the workshops and music in this transformational cyber festival. Love you all. Have a great day, and namaste. Do you enjoy the practice of meditation? Would you like to learn how meditation can help you create true abundance in your life? I'm talking about abundance of health, wealth, happiness, and more. Join me inside the Meditation Guild on Facebook starting Monday, March 4th at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time for the 4-week True Abundance Challenge. This is the perfect opportunity for you to create that abundant life. For now, enjoy the rest of Shine Online.
Hi guys, Shannon Shine here. I'm curious, have you heard of the Bring Me to Life Challenge movement? Each week we feature a new task and a variety of content to help you do said task. We're calling this the Bring Me to Life Challenge, and we encourage you and others to join us to make this community come alive. We want to see the network really thrive and people making friends and doing these tasks together. If you would like to join the community where we have created this platform to bring you content to help you wake up and shine on, we encourage the interaction and hope you can join us in our various chat rooms and comment locations. And we would love to hear from you. You can do so by checking out the Bring Me to Life Challenge Facebook group or signing up for our newsletter and joining us at bringmetolife.com. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day and your Shine Online experience. Thanks for tuning in.
Hi everyone, my name is Melissa from Earth Cadence Yoga, and the intention behind our practice today is just to really get us grounded, really to clear out our energy. We'll just have a nice balanced practice, moving through some gentle movement and then some deep stretches, so really balancing us out. And the goal is to kind of come into that feeling as if you just walked through the woods or spent a day in the sunshine, where you feel just nice and grounded, really open to insight, and just overall having that just glowing, good feeling. So we'll go ahead and get started. Just coming into laying on our backs, so making your way down however you'd like. We'll reach our feet out to the far corners. We'll tuck our shoulders under the back and just opening the arms up to our sides. And maybe closing the eyes. And maybe noticing as you close your eyes, you just become very aware of your body, you become aware of your breath. And we'll just start to relax and soften in. So bringing our awareness to the crown of our head. You might feel a bright light, a softness, just a radiant energy at the crown of your head. And as we breathe, we'll start to inhale it down into our body. So letting it wash down the forehead, relaxing the brow, relaxing the eyes, not squeezing them shut. And relaxing the jaw, loosening any tension in the mouth or the throat. And coming down into the chest, we let the shoulders melt back. We feel the weight of the arms melting into the ground. And as we come into our chest, we'll connect with our breath even deeper. So starting to take the slowest breath yet, we'll connect together on an inhale. So starting to breathe in, really pulling the breath down into your belly. Feeling it expand, feeling yourself full of that breath with a pause. We'll exhale out the mouth, nice and slow as well, letting the belly drop down towards the spine. And once again, breathing together, we take a big inhale down the legs, down the arms, expanding all the way out. And exhale. Melting in. So just continue to relax, feeling the weight of the legs sinking in. Just allowing anything that you came into practice with, anything going on in your mind or in your day, Just allowing that to drain away, melting into the earth beneath you. Just breathing as we inhale, we might imagine that we're gathering up tension, we're gathering up any trapped energy in our body, pulling it into the chest, and releasing it out as we exhale, just feeling a little lighter with each breath. Just feeling each cell starting to light up, maybe feeling a little tingle in the palm of the hand. Another way to work with the breath, if you do feel that tingle there, you might inhale, pulling it up the arms into the chest and dispersing that lightness through the body as you exhale. So whatever works best for you, just relaxing, continuing to scan the body and notice where you can soften up a bit. Breathing here for just a few more moments, really grounding into our practice, letting go of the outside world. Letting the awareness drop inward. Another next inhale, we'll go ahead and stretch the arms up overhead, reaching down through the heels, maybe pulling the toes back towards the body. And then just taking a little turn through the wrists, maybe pointing through one foot and then the other. Stretching out through the fingers, rocking the heels side to side, just loosening up the ankles and the forearms, the wrists. And another big inhale, we'll stretch out. We'll exhale our right knee into the chest. So keeping the shoulders drawn back. Pulling the knee as close as it allows and keeping both the feet a little bit engaged. We'll just start to rock the knee very gently side to side, gently warming up our hip, crossing the knee over the body, and maybe pulling it off to the right. You could even just hold the knee and make some circles, pressing it away and pulling it close. Coming into a nice deep twist, we'll bring our left hand to the outside of the knee, reaching the right arm off to the right and just dropping the knee off to the left. So it doesn't need to go all the way down. This is a nice deep twist. Still in the beginning of class though, so we're not pushing ourselves too far. Our gaze can go to the right to deepen our twist. We just come back to that nice steady breath, feeling as if we're wringing out our core, squeezing toxins out of our digestive system, and just wringing out any trapped energy. Taking a few breaths here. Checking in, seeing where you can soften up, maybe relaxing the legs a little more, maybe relaxing the muscles of the face. And on our next inhale, we'll just start to rock back up to center, dropping the foot down. We'll bring our palms down by our hips for some support. And on an inhale, we'll bring the right foot straight up to the sky. So seeing how much of our body we can soften to hold the leg up. So the chest might tense up a little. We want to try and relax there. Try and relax the left leg, as much of the belly as we can. Starting to feel the core activate a little bit. And we'll take a big inhale together. As we exhale, we'll start to lower our foot nice and slowly with control. Maybe starting to take a few breaths on our way down. Just seeing how slow we can go, really tuning into our muscles and noticing what's going on here. And if you'd like a little extra challenge, maybe just pausing a few inches above the mat, really engaging our hip flexors and the bottom of our core. Breathing here. And when you're ready, lowering all the way down. We'll take a big inhale, sweeping the arms up. And exhale, left knee comes into the chest. Pulling it close as the shoulders melt back. Activating the feet and then rocking our knee a little side to side. Crossing it over the body, opening it to the left. Or maybe making some gentle circles as we hold the knee. So not really using the muscles in our leg, we're just moving it around, warming up. And then as you feel ready, we'll start to come into our twist. So the right hand comes outside the knee, our left arm reaches, and we just roll ourselves over to the right. Our gaze can go to the left. And if you'd like to take a big inhale here, we'll settle in as we exhale, relaxing the legs, letting all of your weight release into the ground. And these deep twists are really good for cleansing out stress. So all the way along our spine, we have different glands in different areas responsible for releasing hormones, for responding to our environment. Sometimes they get a little clogged up when we don't take time to clear out, so we might feel stressed when we don't need to, or like we're really busy even if we're not doing much. So this helps to really flush it all out, giving our body a little extra help to clear out. And remembering the space we're holding in our energy and in our mind here is what really takes our practice deeper. So as we clear out our body, we want to be mindful of what's going in. So softening in, staying in tune with ourselves. A few more breaths on this side. Once again, when you're ready, we'll inhale to roll ourselves back to center, dropping the foot down, planting the hands right beside our hips. We'll go ahead and inhale the left foot up to the sky. So once again, we can pull the toes back towards us. We can try to soften as much of the body as we can. And just breathe in here for a moment as our muscles start to engage. Starting off, we take a big inhale, and we exhale, beginning to lower. A few breaths to come down slowly with control. When we move slow, we really use our muscles rather than just letting gravity or momentum do the work for us. So even as you come to those spots that are a little bit of a challenge, just breathing through it. Finding that pause just above the mat, engaging the core. Even if you're a little shaky here, deep breath, staying focused, softening in. As you feel ready, we'll drop it all the way down. Another big inhale. We sweep overhead with the arms, exhaling both knees into the chest this time. Pulling them close, rocking a little side to side. We massage our spine. And Once again, we have that option to hold the knees and make some circles, rocking way down on the tailbone, pulling the knees close and just going around. Gentle rock side to side. And coming into another flow with our breath, we'll inhale, stretching the feet up, reaching the arms overhead. As we exhale, we'll bring the chin up towards the knees, hugging in. And we'll inhale to expand out the arms, reach up, the feet towards the sky. Exhaling, rounding in, squeezing chin towards the knees. And inhaling, opening up like a flower, expanding, blossoming out. And exhaling, almost like a seed, we come rounding in. And taking 2 more on your own breath. Inhaling to expand. Exhaling to round in. And as you come in for that last hug, we'll just let the head fall back, keeping the knees in. And starting to rock side to side once again. We'll just rock off onto our favorite side for fetal position. So just curling up in a little ball, stacking the shoulders, stacking the hips. And feeling how nice it feels for the breath to expand out through the shoulders. Reaching through the back side of the body. Feeling any energy we loosened up just draining right off into the ground beneath us. Maybe already feeling a little more settled into our body. Feeling some space opening up. And from this space, maybe you'd like to set an intention for the rest of your practice today. So whatever that might be for you, just reflecting on what brought you out to your mat or what you were looking to find through practicing. So maybe it's related to your practice and you really just want to find your edge and postures. Maybe you want to focus on your breath the whole time. Maybe you want to practice your mental state, your self-taught. Whatever it might be for you, maybe you just wanted to create some space, maybe you wanted to work on your body. Or maybe there's someone in your life who could use a little space right now, a little extra energy, and you want to dedicate your practice to them. You could bring them to mind now. So at any point during practice that you feel the mind wandering away, an intention is a good spot to come back to. Just breathing in to settle into it. Just letting some things go. Nice focal point. So not thinking too hard about this, more just being open to whatever comes to mind first. Taking as long as you need to reflect. As you feel ready, we'll start to begin a journey up into table pose. So we're taking it nice and slow, finding our hands and knees. We start to root in. So we find our wrists under our shoulders, we find our knees under our hips. And we can spread the fingers nice and wide so we feel rooted. We're pressing the ground away from us, so we're lifting out of the shoulders. And continuing to work with our breath. As we inhale, we drop the belly down, peeking up, lifting our tail. And we exhale, rounding up into cat pose, lifting through the shoulders. Inhaling, we find cow pose, looking up. Exhaling, we round ourselves into cat. So just moving on our own breath, it might be a little faster or slower than mine. Closing the eyes, letting this be your own practice. I'll be here to guide you, so we don't need to keep looking for anything. I'll always let you know when we're coming out of a pose. Just flowing back and forth, feeling the pause, the full expression of each pose before moving to the next. As you feel your body warming up, you might feel called into some free flow movement. So that might just look like starting to rock the hips side to side, taking those curves from side to side, peeking over one shoulder and then the other. Or maybe we sit back towards the heels and start to make some big circles with the body. Around the front, and even the hands don't need to stay where they are. We can walk them around one side and then the other. So just letting this be like a dance with the breath. There's no wrong moves. Whatever works for you. No one can see what you're doing. So just making whatever moves feel good for you to wake up, to come deeper into balance. Letting the breath be your guide, maybe even pausing and breathing into a spot that needs a little extra love. We'll just take about 5 to 7 breaths here. Just letting the body open up in your own way. Still breathing fully, always exhaling as we come back or contract inward, and letting inhales guide expansion or moving out. If you'd like to, for our last few breaths here, if you'd like to rotate the fingers back towards the body with our palms down, that'll give you a nice stretch into the wrists and the forearms. And you can even tuck your toes, maybe finding a little rack between the hands and feet to stretch out the soles of the feet. Or just continuing with whatever feels best for you. 2 or 3 more breaths here. And starting to think about coming back to table pose in the next few moments. Finding our way back to our hands and knees. We root in, lifting up out of the shoulders, pulling in the belly. We'll take a big inhale together, gathering up all the energy we loosened out of our body. Exhaling out the mouth, letting it release. So from here we'll just start to root into our left hand, reaching the right arm out in front of us. And our thumb is up like we're reaching for a hand. And coming into some balance, our left foot reaches back. So pulling the toes back towards the body, lifting out of the left shoulder. And continuing to use the breath as a guide, we'll inhale to lift up and lengthen. Exhaling, bringing our elbow to our knee under the body. Inhaling, stretching out. And exhale, rounding and tapping. Moving through 2 more, really expanding outward. Pulling the belly up and in as we come in. Inhaling to expand. And exhaling to round. So after that last one, we reach way out. And then we'll bend into our back knee, reaching back for the foot for a twisted dancer pose on the ground. We inhale, kicking into the hand. Breathing down beneath the navel, really feeling that stretch in the front of the thigh, the hip, the low belly. So So breathing deeply, even if we're a little shaky here. And one more big inhale, lifting a little higher than we think we can. We'll exhale, nice graceful release back down to table pose and shaking it out. We'll go ahead and inhale our left arm up to the sky, maybe giving it a little twirl, shaking it out. As we exhale, we're going to thread the needle, so sending the left arm under the right, reaching all the way through, letting the head, neck, and shoulders relax. And then the right fingertips can either reach towards the front of the mat, or it could come across the small of the back. So taking a big inhale, feeling the shoulder expand. Exhale, softening the thighs, letting the spine lengthen out. So after a little bit of movement, we might feel some warmth, we might feel some energy flowing, and now we're just trying to settle into our space once again. So remembering what we grounded in at the beginning of class. Softening back into the muscles of the face. Just letting this pose open up our shoulder, releasing any tension in that area up into our neck. And the deeper we breathe, the more we really help our body out. We're just softening in. And as you feel ready, we'll start to bring the right hand back down. On an inhale, we'll unwind, bringing the left arm all the way up. And as we exhale, we'll root it back down to table pose. So grounding back in, shaking it out, noticing any changes in the body. And we'll just get ready to take it over to the other side. So from here we root into the right hand, inhaling to reach out through the left, and finding our balance as we reach back through the right heel, lifting out of the right shoulder, feeling strong and stable. Getting ready to move, we'll inhale, lifting and lengthening. Exhale, bringing our elbow towards our knee, maybe touching, maybe not. We inhale to lengthen out. And taking two more on our own. Once again, we lengthen out. We bend into the right knee, reaching back for our foot, kicking into the hand, dropping down to the belly, breathing deeply. Even if we're a little shaky, staying nice and focused. Remembering your intention, practicing that here, even if we ever feel a bit challenged. One more big inhale, lifting a little higher. And we'll exhale, releasing table pose. Shaking it out, rooting into the left hand. We inhale the right arm up. Maybe giving that wrist a little love for holding us up. And we'll exhale to thread the needle over to the left. Right arm slides under the left. We can wiggle and adjust. And then the left arm comes across the small of the back or reaches towards the front of the mat. You can take a big inhale, feeling the shoulder opening, expanding. And exhale, just melting into this pose, releasing all our muscles. Just allowing that weight of the world to melt off our shoulders. A lot of people carry tension in their neck and shoulders. So the less tension and stress that we're already holding in our body, the less reactive, the more be able to just move through things a little more peacefully. Just breathing, allowing yourself to melt into the space, letting it open into the body. Spend a few more breaths on this side to really get the benefits of our pose. Connecting back in for our last 2 breaths, letting them be the slowest, longest breath. And feeling what's happening in our posture and allowing ourselves to sink a little deeper. And starting to bring the left hand down. We'll inhale to press up, unwinding, letting the right arm open, and dropping it down, table pose. Wiggling back in, maybe noticing any changes in the body now, feeling nice and spacious through the shoulders. And from here, we'll tuck our toes, sending our hips to the sky for our first downward facing dog. So here we can play with our stance. It might be a little wider, or our feet might be a little closer together. We can root into our thumb, our first finger, and then through the rest of our palm, taking a little strain off the wrist. And we can start to bend into one knee and then the other, walking out our dog. Maybe we even rise up on the toes with an inhale. Exhale, stretching down through the heels, maybe giving the head a little shake. And on an inhale, we'll bend into the knees, peeking up between the hands. We'll exhale, hopping or stepping to the front of the mat. Inhale, lifting and lengthening through the spine. And exhaling, we'll come into a forward fold. So maybe we find a little bend into the knees. We want the feet to be about hip distance apart. And maybe we grab opposite elbows, finding a little sway from side to side. Letting the head, neck, and shoulders completely release. Feeling nice and anchored through the feet, we'll release the hands. On an inhale, we'll start to roll ourselves up to standing, one vertebrae at a time. Feeling everything come into alignment. And when we reach the top, we'll just let our shoulders melt back, opening the palms forward, gently lifting the chin for mountain pose. So pulling in the belly, tucking the tailbone. As we inhale, we draw energy up through the soles of our feet to the crown of our head. And as we exhale, we reach down through the fingertips, anchoring down from above. So feeling nice and strong, stable and confident in this pose. We'll take another inhale to bring the arms up overhead. And exhale, palms come down to the heart. Take a big inhale together here. And exhale. Maybe feeling the heart beating beneath the thumbs. And we'll just check in with our intention once again here. Bring to mind our idea, our goal, our person, whatever we were focusing on for our practice. And just starting to see in your mind's eye or feel in your body what it would be like to have that way of being in your life. If you are sending out some energy to a person, maybe visualizing them being hit with a wave of peace. Becoming aware of all the openness in your body and just letting all of that space be held for whatever you're bringing in, letting it be a spot to plant seeds. Our yoga practice really brings us deep within our body to the core of where things start to be created in terms of our beliefs, in terms of what we're manifesting or tuning into, and we can really change that on a cellular level by clearing out. So anchoring that in here, we'll take another big inhale, sweeping the arms up overhead. We'll exhale, grounding it down, touching down. And we'll inhale, peeking up, lengthening the spine. Exhaling, planting the hands, hopping or stepping back into plank. And taking an inhale at the top. We'll exhale to lower down. Inhaling, peeking up. And exhaling, downward facing dog. Once again, we walk it out. Stretching out the legs, giving the head a little shake. Just starting to build our energy. And we'll start to get ready to move. So as we inhale, we'll bring the right foot up to the sky. Maybe bending the knees, stacking the hips, giving a little twirl through the ankle. Another inhale, reaching up high. And we'll exhale, stepping our foot all the way up, planting our back heel down. We inhale up for warrior one. So here we're relaxing the shoulders. We're lifting up through the chest, and our legs are nice and strong. Finding a nice bend in the front knee, really finding our edge. Finding a nice spot to gaze, letting your eyes be soft. On your next exhale, we'll start to reach forward into lightning bolt pose. So starting to feel that front thigh activate. Just breathing through it if it's a little challenging. From here, as we inhale, we'll draw our left hand back like a bow, straightening the front leg, reaching our right arm to the sky. Sky archer pose. And from here, we'll leap forward into a warrior three. So launching your arrow. If you're in a small space like me, you could always bring your palms to your heart. Otherwise, reaching the arms out in front of you. Pulling those back toes back towards the body, finding your balance. We'll go ahead and drop it down, bringing our hands down, our left foot up to the sky, standing splits, just breathing through it. And dropping our left foot down, we'll inhale, peeking up halfway. Exhale, planting the hands, hopping or stepping back into plank. Taking a breath at the top, and exhaling, we lower down. Inhaling, upward facing dog, and exhale, downward facing dog, walking it out. So staying in tune with your mind. Sometimes as we start to move, the mind starts to move as well, but we want to be holding our space. Getting ready to take it to the other side. We'll inhale the left foot up and maybe bending the knee, twirling through our ankle, stacking our hips. On an exhale, we'll step our left foot all the way forward. Right foot steps down and we inhale up. Warrior one on the left side. So now starting to bring our intention into our practice is one of my favorite flows. We start to visualize our intention above our heads, so whatever it is, if it's an idea, maybe visualizing it like you're holding a ball of energy, just holding your future, the person you're becoming, whatever it is, seeing it above you in your warrior one pose, feeling strong and stable as you support it up. On an exhale, we start to bring it down into our reality. So now we're holding it in front of us. Still breathing, staying focused, letting that vision come to you. We'll start to inhale, loading our vision into that arrow, straightening the front leg, taking some nice high aim. And then we start to get ready to let our vision soar. So we start to leap forward, either reaching the hands out or bringing our palms to our heart. And sometimes as we're bringing new things into our world, we might be a little shaky, a little wobbly as we're soaring to new heights. So just trusting that process, breathing through it, and eventually we get to ground that into reality, planting the hands to the earth, kicking that right leg up, staying nice and strong here. Letting your seeds drain down your arms into the earth beneath you. And then we find our footing once again. We ground in, our right foot comes down. We inhale, gazing up at the horizon. And we exhale, planting the hands, hopping or stepping back into plank. And we can lower down. Inhaling for upward facing dog. And exhale, downward facing dog, walking it out. So we're going to go ahead and get ready to move through this one more time. This time we're just going to move through one breath, one movement. So that doesn't mean we'll necessarily move really fast, but we won't be holding each posture as long. So remembering your intention as you move through, letting any energy that comes up just be redirected towards the fulfillment of whatever you're looking for. And with our next inhale, we'll let the right foot rise up. Exhale, we'll step it to the front. Inhaling, warrior one. Exhale, lightning bolt, reaching forward. And we inhale. Left arm draws back, right arm comes up. And we exhale, hopping into warrior three. Taking an inhale here. Exhale, hands drop down, left foot to the sky, standing splits. And exhaling to drop the foot. We'll inhale, peeking up. Exhale, planting the hands, hopping or stepping back into plank. And on exhale, lowering down. Rising up. And exhaling, downward facing dog. And we'll just keep it moving. So starting to inhale, the left foot rises up. We exhale, stepping it to the front. Inhale, lifting that intention nice and high. Exhale, bringing it down. Inhale, left arm reaches up, taking aim. And exhale, hopping, warrior three. Taking an inhale as we balance. Exhale, grounding that intention, planting your seeds, right foot lifts. And exhaling, right foot meets the left. We inhale, peeking up. And planting the hands, we all know where to go from here. We lower down as we exhale. Inhaling, upward facing dog. And exhale, downward facing dog. Great work, everyone. Feeling any changes in your body, feeling that heat, that energy, everything flowing freely, and you are free to manage the direction that your energy flows in. So starting to go a little deeper now. We'll inhale the right foot up to the sky. We'll exhale, tapping our knee to our right elbow. Inhaling, rising up. And exhale, taking it to the left. Inhaling up once again. And as we exhale, we'll come into pigeon pose on the right side. So dropping the knee down behind the right wrist. Left foot extends back, so we find ourselves in a nice alignment here. We inhale to lift up through the crown of the head. And as we exhale, we let the heart lead us down, so we keep our length in our spine. Maybe starting on the hands, the forearms. Wherever you find your pose, we let the head, neck, and shoulders hang down. So starting to let go of that busy, active energy from our flow. Letting the warmth in our body just be a space for us to melt into. Our bodies all opened up, so we should just sink right into this. Starting to slow the breath back down. You can do that scan through the body, starting at the crown of the head. We soften into the forehead, relaxing the eyes. And relaxing the jaw, the shoulders. Following the breath down the right side of the body, feeling it expanding into our right hip. And as you exhale, just relaxing in as much as you can. So in yoga, we work with our yang energy, which is that active, heat-building, strength-building energy, the more masculine, directive type of energy. And then we also have our yin energy. And our yin energy is our feminine energy. It's receptive, it's open, it just allows things to flow. So we just want to open up. We don't want to be forcing ourselves to go deeper. Just breathing. Just hang out here for a little bit longer to really get all the benefits of this pose. Our hips are a spot in the body that we really just store a lot of energy that maybe when it came up we didn't want to deal with it or we were busy. I read somewhere once that our hips are kind of like our body's energetic junk drawer where things are just stored. So you might feel restless, you might feel different emotions, happy, sad, anything in this posture, and just knowing it's the energy clearing out of your body that was creating that tightness before. And our brain just interprets that energy as different emotions. And just letting it pass through, not holding on to anything that comes up for you. If the pose starts to become a little intense, just lifting up a little bit. Or maybe even trying to go deeper through that, working through the discomfort, knowing that things that are good for us aren't always comfortable. Sometimes we have to work through new territory. So leaning into it, a few more breaths. Go ahead and take one more mindful breath here. It's the longest, slowest inhale into the entire body. Sinking in, finding your edge on the exhale. And then if you need to stay longer, you can stay. If you're ready to come out, we can start to walk the hands back towards the body. Being gentle with ourselves as we rise up. From here, we tuck our left toes, coming back into that three-legged dog, letting the right leg come up to the sky, and then moving through whatever you need to balance back out, maybe bending one knee and then the other. Maybe you'd like to drop down into table or child's pose for a moment to balance out. So noticing the difference from the right side to the left, moving however you need to for 2 or 3 breaths, just to find balance. And starting to think about coming back to downward facing dog in the next few moments, just so we can take it to the other side. Breathing in once again. Take an inhale to lift the left foot up, and starting by building a little heat, we'll exhale, knee to the left elbow and pause. Inhaling, we rise up, and exhale, taking it to the right. Inhaling, we rise up. And we exhale, pigeon pose on the left side, so sliding that knee up, right knee drops down and extends back, walking the hands towards the body, and taking an inhale to lift, exhale, slowly making our way down, finding our hands, our forearms, wherever you land. And allowing yourself to make all sorts of little micro adjustments to really settle in. And you might notice this side is a little different than the other. So not really questioning it or wondering why, just adjusting how you need to. And then coming back to the breath. Feel the inhale traveling down the left side of the body, lengthening the spine, expanding into our hip. And as we exhale, we soften into the space that the breath opens up, just like it's paving a trail, and then we set off onto it, into our pose. Breathing deeply. Remember, we hang out here for a little while just so we can really get the benefits of this pose. So letting your awareness start to drop inward, maybe becoming very aware of what's happening in your hip right now. Maybe noticing as you sink in more and hold this posture longer that stretch goes from superficial on the outside of the leg and starts to work deeper into the hip flexor, maybe into the low back. This is a really good pose for relieving low back pain. A lot of the times, different spots in our body really affect other spots. So if our hips are tight, it kind of compacts the low back, which also compacts the shoulders and can cause neck and shoulder pain as well. So this is really good for our whole spine, starting at the roots. So breathing deeply, just a little longer on this side. Starting to come back. 2 or 3 more deep breaths on this side. And when you're ready to begin your journey out, it will just be the same as before. Walking the hands back, being gentle, taking your time. Tucking the toes, unwinding, letting that left leg float up, three-legged dog. And then maybe walking it out, maybe dropping down into table or child's pose or a little free flow. Just a few breaths to explore that space and balance out. We'll all start to make our way back to table pose. So as we ground in, maybe reflecting back to the first time we were in table pose. Maybe feeling our body a little more open, things flowing freely. We feel really grounded. We'll go ahead and just walk the knees off, around to either side, swinging the feet out in front of us. And rooting into the base of our seat, lifting the toes towards the sky, and maybe planting the hands beside us. We inhale, finding some length in the spine, sinking in as we exhale. We'll inhale the arms up overhead, and coming forward as we exhale. And it's up to you if you want to hold on somewhere, or you can just rest the hands beside you. Letting the head, neck, and shoulders completely release. Breathing into the upper back. So not worrying about how far down we go here. Just once again, we just melt right into it. The more we try to pull ourselves deeper into a pose, we actually have to use our muscles to do that. So if we're just relaxing, gravity's doing all the work and our muscles get to lengthen out and relax. We won't be here too long. Letting yourself melt in. Inhale, we'll start to roll ourselves back up to seated, sliding up one vertebrae at a time, and then maybe planting the fingertips just an inch or two behind the hips. We'll inhale, letting the head fall back, opening the chest, taking some weight out of the hips. As we rise back up, we'll bring the knees in for a hug, maybe tucking the chin, rounding in and rocking a little side to side. We're going to start to roll ourselves down onto our back, so just making sure you have enough space behind you. We'll hold on to the knees, rocking down, feeling how nice it feels to have the shoulders melt back, to feel the spine lengthening out, all that space we opened up, just letting everything fall into its new alignment. Maybe rocking a little side to side to massage the body. And we'll take a moment just to get the feet overhead. So up to you. You can reach for the big toes, pulling the knees towards the elbows or the armpits for happy baby pose, rocking a little side to side here. Maybe you just want to come into candlestick pose and lift the feet up towards the sky. If shoulder stand is in your practice, we can rock back, planting the palms on the low back and bringing the feet up towards the sky. So whatever you feel you need here, the most important thing is just getting our feet above our heart, letting some of that oxygenated blood get into our mind, just refreshing our whole nervous system. Starting to wind down our practice, slowing down, letting ourselves melt into that space we've opened up. And if you're in shoulder stand, maybe starting to let the feet drop down into plow pose behind the head. And wherever we are, starting to bring the knees back in for a hug, giving ourselves a big squeeze. And we'll start to open the arms up wide into a T, letting the knees drop off to the right. We'll let our gaze go to the left, coming into reclined twist. Maybe taking a big inhale together here. And exhale, just letting the shoulders melt back. Starting to release all of our weight into the floor. Softening the eyes. Slowing down. And letting the breath flow nice and deeply, but starting to release control of it, just letting it naturally flow in and out. Starting to let the mind move towards stillness. And we're on our journey to our final rest, so just starting here, moving into this space. On an inhale, we'll let the knees come back up to center. And on an exhale, we'll take it over to the left. Our gaze goes to the right. Maybe taking a big inhale here. And exhale, releasing all our weight into the ground. Letting the gaze drift away from the legs. Letting this twist wring out any remaining energy that might be in our body, just like we're twisting out a towel. Clearing out the core, clearing out our nervous system, just releasing any remaining tension in the body. We start to move into stillness. Again, we'll inhale, bringing the knees up to center, and giving ourselves one final squeeze here, maybe bringing the chin up towards the knees, giving ourselves a big hug, having some gratitude for ourselves for taking the time to practice today. And one more big inhale, squeezing in. We'll exhale to open up into our final resting pose. Feet go out to the far corners of the mat. Our arms are beside us with our palms up, open to receive all the benefits of our practice. And Maybe starting to come back to the crown of the head, feeling that softness there. Letting it melt down, relaxing the brow, the forehead, the eyes. And relaxing the cheeks and the jaw. Softening the lips, the mouth. Feeling all of your weight sinking into the floor. And releasing the breath. Feeling the arms sinking down, feeling the weight of the legs melting away. Almost as if we're so heavy that we're becoming weightless. And starting to release the breath. Releasing the mind, releasing the body. We'll just completely let go into our final rest here. And I'll let you know when to come back. So just enjoying these few minutes of peace. Enjoying all the space you open in your practice and letting your intention sink into the body. Just letting go here. Starting to come back to the body, feeling that beautiful stillness within and around you, and maybe starting to bring a little movement into the fingers and the toes, stretching out into the hands and the feet. And deepening the breath a little more, maybe letting the head rock a bit from side to side. And eventually taking a big inhale, stretching up through the arms and down through the feet. And hugging the knees into the chest. Rocking a little side to side. From here, it's up to you if you'd like to rock into fetal position for a moment. Or you can start to make your way up to seated. Eventually, we'll all meet in seated at the front of our mat, so joining together to close our practice. And as you come into seated, we can rest the hands on the knees, closing the eyes, just tuning in for a moment. And just noticing yourself grounded, noticing the alignment in your body, your mind, your energy. Remembering the space is always within you to tune into. So taking one last breath together, we'll inhale the arms up overhead. Exhaling our palms down to our heart, we bow our head, gazing inward. And thanking ourselves for taking the time to practice today. Thanking ourselves for tuning in, finding that alignment. Finding that space, taking the time to reconnect in our busy world. It's so important to find this space. So once we find this space, we can move through it, taking it off our mat. Our practice doesn't end when we close. We take it with us, and the more we embody it ourselves, the more we see it reflected back. So sharing this space with everyone you meet. The light in me honors the light in each of you. Namaste.
Hey everybody, thanks for being here. My name is Chris Orozco, and today we're going to be talking about integrating the shadow, aka loving the unlovable. So exactly what we're going to be talking about is, what is the shadow? Who am I? Why am I talking about all this shit? And why should you listen to me? What role does the shadow play in your life? What role does it play in your interpersonal relationships? And how does the shadow impact the collective? How can all of the shadows of each individual come together and form a collective shadow that we all need to look out for? And then at the end, I'm actually going to teach you how to deal with your own shadow and integrate it and learn from it and use it as a source of wisdom and become essentially a more whole and healthy person. But before I do any of that, I want to go into what the shadow actually is. And it was originally, it was a term originally used by Carl Jung to define all the parts of our personalities that we actively reject. Right, and a common misconception is that the shadow or things related to the shadow are essentially like bad traits or are negative traits. And that's not necessarily true. It's more like the shadow of the moon, where it's just there's one side that has light, the stuff that we look at, we shine our light of consciousness on it, and then there's the other side that doesn't. It's not dark because it's negative or bad. It's not a shadow because of any kind of like demonic association or anything like that. It's just we're not looking at it. It doesn't have any light on it, so it has a shadow. And so the shadow consists of all the parts of our personalities that we actively reject. And each one of us will reject different things depending on our values, depending on our experiences, depending on what we want out of life and our own, unique sets of morals and ethics. So some people could think that, being selfish is really bad, and so they put all their selfish traits, which would actually be the traits that would help them take care of themselves. Those get thrown into their shadow. And other people think that, taking care of other people or being sensitive or empathetic or anything like that is a sign of weakness. And so all that shit gets thrown in their shadow. And, that leads to its own problems as well. So what we're going to be going over today is how all this functions in all these different areas of your life, and then how you can take those parts of your personality that you've rejected and reintegrate them into their life and give them better purpose so that you can be a more whole individual. Now, with that little bit of an explanation out of the way, I want to tell you who I am, why I'm here, and why I'm worth listening to, especially now that you know what the shadow is. So, like I said, my name's Chris Orozco, 32 years old, and I live in Los Angeles, California. And I've been teaching people to integrate their shadows for about 5 years. So what that means is I've been talking to people for 5 years and helping them find all the parts of themselves that they reject and bring them back into their personality so that they're not scattered and fragmented anymore. And I came to this work out of necessity, essentially, because I had a shadow that was starting to take over. It was starting to consume me entirely to the point where I thought I was becoming some kind of monster. And I legitimately thought I had a moral obligation to end my life, to protect the world around me from what I thought I was becoming. Luckily, I didn't have to do that because a friend of mine introduced me to a book called Embracing Ourselves by a couple named Hal and Sidra Stone. And this book absolutely changed my life because it introduced me to the idea that I'm not just one thing. That me, Chris, is not just one personality that's either broken or good or bad or any of these things that you could sum up by, one set of standards. What I learned through reading this book and through talking to my friend was the reality of the situation was that I'm actually, and that all of us are actually, a collection of what they call sub-personalities. There's the sub-personality, the part of you that loves to go out and connect to people and have adventures and have a great time, right? And then there's the other part of you, this other sub-personality that absolutely hates that shit, that wants to not be around anybody, that wants to be peaceful at home, in bed, watching Netflix, or doing whatever it is that is not being social. There's the part of you that loves to be creative. There's the part of you that, you get the point. There's all these different parts of you. And the thing is that they all exist in varying degrees of health. And their level of health is dependent on how well you take care of them. So these things in my head that were essentially becoming these horrible monsters that I didn't know how to deal with, they were only that way because I wasn't taking very good care of them. And they'd been so tired of trying to get my attention and trying to get me to listen to them that they eventually got fed up, turned against me, and spoke the only language that I would actually pay attention to, which was scaring the shit out of me. So when I learned that, that was my intro to this whole idea that the shadow even exists and what role it could potentially play in my life and everyone else's life. So I got to work and I started integrating my shadow. And for me, the things that I had repressed was my rage and my anger and all of my selfishness, because I thought all of those things were bad, right? Because I used to be an asshole when I was a kid, total narcissistic, essentially piece of shit, where I would lie and steal and manipulate and, cheat. And I would have like 3 girlfriends at a time and none of them knew about each other. And I would go into rage blackouts. And I was just a jerk. I was hurt, but I was a jerk. And I realized that was causing problems for good people, and I was hurting people that didn't deserve it, and I felt really bad about that. So I decided to take all those, toxic parts of my personality and shove them away somewhere and direct them at me so that no one else had to get hurt, which is fine. That's an ethical choice. It's a noble choice, but it's not a healthy choice, because what ends up happening is when you put all that stuff away, you don't have the opportunity to look at it anymore because it's out of your awareness. So here's what happens. Imagine you're really upset. You're really hurt. You're really scared. You're really sad. You're really angry or whatever. You're really upset about something. And you have only one person in your life that you can talk to. For whatever reason, there's only one human being on the face of the planet that you can talk to about your problems. And every time you try to open up to that person, all they ever tell you is, shut up, get out of here, I don't want to hear this, this is stupid, you're negative, you're ruining my life, get out of here, I don't want to hear it. Put yourself in that position for a moment and think about how that would feel. To be really hurt and really upset and need to have someone to talk to and need to have someone to listen to your problems. And all you ever hear is, ew, what are you doing? Get out of here. I don't want to hear that. You know, you're going to feel worse. You're going to feel like shame and you're going to be like, I don't know why no one will listen to me. And the problems get worse. And so that's what ends up happening when we do this to ourselves. Because these parts of our personalities, these things that we consider unlovable, all the things we've deemed unworthy, depending on our own sets of values, they're hurt. These parts of ourselves are hurt, and they have things that they want to tell us because we're the only ones they can listen to. And when we push them away, we rob ourselves of the ability to vent our deepest pains and our deepest fears and our most sensitive traumas and all these different things. We rob ourselves of our ability to express those things, to get it all out and find meaning of it. And instead, what we do is we actually make the problem 10 times worse by isolating these parts of ourselves, because isolation is one of the worst forms of torture known to mankind. That's why exile was a thing. That's why solitary confinement is a thing. And so isolation is one of the worst forms of torture that a human being can be subjected to. And that's essentially what we do to ourselves when we take a part of ourselves that needs us and we shove it into our shadow. We subject it to one of the worst things a human being can go through. And then we act surprised when it turns against us and suddenly it becomes much worse. So that's what happened to me. All my rage and all my anger got so tired of being told that it was bad and selfish and wrong and didn't have a place in the world. And it got tired of hearing all that. And so it's like, you know what, Chris? Fuck you. Fuck everything you care about. I'm going to destroy all of it. And when it couldn't get me to kill myself, it turned on all my friends. And it was like, you know what, dude? All right. I'm going to destroy your friendships and I'm going to destroy your friends. And because what happens is when you tell something that it's bad long enough, it eventually believes you and it starts doing bad things. And so I started having all these terrifying visions in my head of like, oh my God, like, am I going to hurt my friends? Like I thought I had to kill myself to stop myself from becoming this monster that my shadow was turning me into. Luckily, I told a therapist and he laughed at me and told me how to fix it. And so I did. And so I devoted myself to doing that. I started taking Kung Fu. I joined a men's group. I went into therapy, started reading, became a Reiki master, started doing the shadow work practice and did everything I could possibly do to get myself better. And it worked. And so now I teach people to do exactly what I did. And I've been doing it for 5 years. And it's just amazing to watch how quickly people's lives change and how much control over their lives they're able to gain with this practice. Because you literally take back your mind and you take back your emotions and you take back all of who you are and you decide what you're going to do about it. And you decide what's good enough and you decide how much love you get and all this. It's just so beautiful to watch. So that's me. That's my story. That's the work that I do and that's how I came to do this. So I'm not a doctor. I barely graduated high school. But I am somebody who's done this myself. So with that in mind, I'm going to keep going. So first of all, we've gone over what the shadow is. We've gone over a little bit of how it functions when I talk to you about my story. Now, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to talk about how the shadow shows up in your own individual life. Like I said before, the shadow consists of all the parts of our personalities that we personally reject. And the things that you personally reject will depend on your own particular set of values and ethics and personal life experiences and all those different things. So the shadow will basically show up differently for each person. But there are some essentially universal things that happen to all of us, but not a lot of people know that it's necessarily the shadow doing it. So some of those things are self-sabotage and resistance, depression and anxiety, or at least some of it. And then also an inability to set boundaries or the ability to set self-fulfilling prophecies. So I'm going to tell you what I mean. So self-sabotage and resistance is your shadow's way of protecting yourself, right? A lot of times people talk about self-sabotage as if it's almost this thing that we're a victim of, that our mind does this thing and we're just like, oh no, I did the thing again, and like now my life is bad, as if we're not the ones in control of our minds. But here's what actually happens. Let's say you loved to sing when you were a little kid. You absolutely love it, but one day you sing in front of some jerk, and that jerk makes fun of you for singing, says you have a bad voice or says you sound like whatever, and suddenly you get the idea that singing comes with a lot of pain. And so you're like, wait a minute, singing hurts. I don't want to sing anymore. That sucks. And so as you get older, this source of joy, this thing that you used to love, that used to make you feel creative and like, I don't know if you've ever sang or done anything creative, but when you're being authentically creative, there's like no better feeling. So this thing that used to fuel you and make you feel really good is now a source of pain in your mind. And that pain is so uncomfortable that we shove it into our shadow and we don't pay attention to it. All we know is now suddenly we're avoiding singing and we don't know why. And then a lot of times we go into this like shame spiral about it. We're like, oh my God, I love singing, but I'm not singing. What does that mean about me? I must be broken. I must be blah, 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 and all these different things, when none of that's actually true. The reality is that you're afraid of feeling that pain again, and singing is associated with that pain, so you avoid singing as a way to avoid the pain. So what do we do about this? I'm going to go deeper into this later, but essentially you get comfortable with the pain, and then you get comfortable singing. And then you get comfortable singing in the face of people making fun of you, because if you're not afraid of the pain, then there's nothing to be afraid of. Other people's opinions can't hurt you if the pain associated with their opinions doesn't bother you. So that's how self-sabotage and resistance and all these things are actually just misguided attempts to take care of ourselves, but we don't see it that way, and it hurts so much that we put it into the shadow and we rob ourselves of the ability to ever learn from the experience and grow from it. So now we're going to talk about what happens when a lot of those types of things pile up over time. Because to a large degree, again, I'm not a doctor, I'm not a psychologist, I'm not a psychiatrist. I dropped out of college and I barely graduated high school. This is literally just my experience of paying attention to my mind, learning about my own unconscious mind by paying attention to it, and getting myself out of such severe depression and anxiety that I had from the time that I was 7 to the time that I was 26, that almost made me end my life multiple times. So this is just my own account. Take it with a grain of salt. It either resonates or it doesn't. So my experience of anxiety was I had all these different parts of my personality that were trying to protect me from different things. And all those different parts of my personality had emotions associated with it. And I experienced trauma when I was young. You know, I saw my dad, dead on the floor when I was 7 years old. So I already had a lot of emotions that I wasn't prepared to deal with. So a lot of them got shoved into my shadow. And I also felt helpless, and I hated the fact that I felt helpless. So I had this helplessness, and I had this sadness, and then I also had the hatred of the sadness and my rebellion against it. And I created all these conflicts in my mind about all these things that I thought the world was, and then all my opinions about all those worldviews, and then all the effort that I put into either fighting them or containing them and all these different things. And what happens is, over time, all those traumas get compounded by getting cheated on or, disappointments or failures or anything like that. The pain gets worse over time if you don't face it. And so the pain builds up, and then all those voices that are trying to get your attention, to get you to listen to things and process your emotions and learn from your experiences, they pile up, and the conflict gets heavier and heavier. And next thing you know, it's like your whole world is consumed with this mental internal conflict. And that's what anxiety is. It's like you look at a situation and there's all these different complex thoughts about it. There's so many different perspectives to look at it from. And all those different perspectives have emotional content associated with it. And that emotional content is unpleasant. And so we try to block away all the unpleasant stuff, but all that does is amplify it and make it so that it feels like it's bombarding us when it's actually just us. And so we eventually can't handle all the complexity, and that's when we, succumb to anxiety and feeling like we can't do anything about it. Again, just my experience. Now, what happens when you let that go for a long enough period of time? Eventually, all the emotions build up to the point where it's like you can't even pay attention to them anymore. You just like push them in the back of your head to where you just go numb. And because you spent so much time and energy fighting yourself in the first place to get to this point, you're exhausted. And you're still having to fight to keep all those feelings and all those thoughts at bay. So more and more of your energy goes into that. It constantly demands more energy of you every day, because the more you repress these parts of yourself, the more upset they get and the more they fight back. So it requires more energy on your end to keep them at bay. So eventually your whole mind gets, and your whole being and all of your energy gets consumed with this conflict. And the result of that is depression. You lose interest in the stuff that you care about because you just don't have energy for it. You lose interest in your friends because it's like you can't connect anymore because you're too busy managing all the chaos in your head. And you don't want to get up anymore because you're actually mentally exhausted all the time from this battle. And again, this is just my experience, but what I noticed was when I started to express my emotions and I started to talk all these things out and I started to feel my feelings and go to therapy and get help and go to coaching programs and all this shit, that weight actually lifted and I started to come more alive and I stopped being sleepy all the time. And I found myself getting interested in things again. And I found myself wanting to do things again. And it was just so satisfying to me. And that's how I am now. Like to know that my lifestyle now would have been possible for me when there were weeks at a time that I couldn't even get out of bed is just absolutely miraculous. Like I work out every day and I meditate 3 times a day and I'm creative and I have friends and I do things just for fun. And it's like that wasn't possible for me a few years ago. A few years ago, if I got out of bed, or if I talked to a person, or if I took a shower, or if I did anything, or if I fed myself, or if I left the house to go get food or anything like that was a good day. And now it's like I just about do whatever I want, and I redefine what that means to me every day. So these things pile up over time, and when we're able to finally take a look at them and sort them out and figure out what we want to do with them, then the backlog of emotions that was keeping us exhausted starts to diminish and our energy frees up. And then all the complexity that was driving us crazy in the first place, with all the emotions vented, we can sort through it. Because going back to the example of venting, is when you finally allow yourself to vent, what happens most of the time? For me, what happens most of the time when I allow myself to vent is I feel way better. You know, when someone actually listens to my problems instead of like trying to fix them or tell me that I'm bad or negative or anything, when I actually get it all out, it's like you breathe that sigh and you go, oh, okay, wow. And one of two things either happens. You either breathe that sigh and you go, wow, you know, this was never a problem in the first place. I was just overreacting and being emotional. And then you go about your life realizing that there was never any problem. Or through venting, you're able to think about your situation more clearly because the emotions are gone. You know, you're not being bombarded by this like fear or panic or worry or anything like that. You're just able to look at your situation clearly and actually think it through and figure out what you want to do. So that's how you resolve anxiety, is you actually deal with the emotions and look at the complex situation with clear eyes and figure out what you want to do. And so this is tremendously important for a lot of reasons, but the 2 most important reasons I'm going to go into right now is when you allow yourself to process your emotions, you communicate something so important to yourself that I don't think it can be overstated. Here's what you communicate to yourself. You communicate to yourself that no matter what you're going through, no matter how you feel, no matter what you're thinking, no matter what you just did, no matter what's going on, no matter who said what, no matter what, you will always be there to listen to your problems. That you will never have anyone, that you will always have someone to listen to you. You will always have someone to be there for you. You will always have someone to care about you and what you're going through and what you're experiencing and actually love you through it no matter what happens. And I really don't think you can overstate just how important that is, right? Like think about all the weird behaviors that people do or all the relationships they let themselves get into just so they can have someone, right? But when you do this, you communicate to yourself that you'll always have someone. And so settling and all these other silly things that we do to get attention and get validation, you stop having to do because you get to be that for yourself. And this can be difficult, but this is also where unconditional love comes from. Because from my own personal experience, I had some things that I couldn't find a good enough reason to love. I couldn't find a logical or ethical reason to love certain parts of myself because they just become so foul. I couldn't come up with a reason. And that's when the idea that I needed a reason broke. And that's when I discovered unconditional love. And unconditional love is when you love something for no reason other than the fact that it exists, and it will become healthier when you love it. Like, there's really no other, you don't need to love anything for any other reason other than loving it will turn it into something healthy. Now, that's not always true with people outside of you. Some people are resistant to love, and so, whatever. But when it comes to your internal world, when you truly love any god-awful part of yourself, when you love the unlovable transforms into something miraculous and beautiful and so worthy of love. And this is what you are able to give yourself on a consistent basis. You become both the person who gives love and receives it. You're able to cycle it through your body and through your system all the time. And I seriously swear to God, like you just can't overstate how important that is, to always know that you're loved and to always know that everything's going to be okay and someone's always going to listen to you, and then no matter what, someone has your back, and that person is you, someone that you grow to trust and someone you grow to depend on and lean on and all this type of shit. Like, so important. Now, the second part is once you've processed all these things and communicated to yourself that you're always going to be there and all that great shit, the next thing is doing something with what you find. So when you, like in the instance of, let's talk about public speaking. So you're terrified of public speaking, right? And so you process all your fear of public speaking, and then you look at all the reasons you were afraid. And it's like, oh, wow, I just realized I'm afraid of public speaking because I don't actually think I know the topic well enough. And you go, damn, that's a good thing to know. Let me go read up on it. Let me go watch some YouTube videos. Let me go talk to people. Let me go research more so that I can feel fully prepared. Or you learn something else valuable. Like, you know what? I'm afraid of public speaking because I think I'm talking to the wrong audience. I think there might be an audience that's better suited to what I have to say. Or anything like that. You actually can figure out what you were concerned about in the first place and do something about it. Or like, oh, I've been actually feeling really weird about my relationship because my partner doesn't respect my boundaries. Like, fuck, that's good to know. So not only are you someone who listens to you, not only are you someone who cares about you, not only are you someone who will always be there for you, but you'll actually do something about it. You'll actually take action to make sure that your concerns are taken care of. And again, these are not things I think you can overstate their importance. To be that for yourself and to always know that you'll have that is an absolutely revolutionary way to live your life. And so that's what becomes possible when you learn to love the unlovable, learn to process all of that, and then find use of it. And then I'll go into detail later about how to actually do it, but this is just the conceptual understanding of what it is. Okay, so now we're going to talk about how the shadow shows up in your interpersonal relationships, because this is really important. And I want to talk about one very common specific split that happens with people, where people will tend to take the part of themselves that's designed to care about them and their concerns and their, more selfish concerns. People will just tend to either throw that stuff in their shadow, or they'll tend to throw the stuff that is more concerned with other people into their shadow for different reasons. But it's like how many of you feel bad setting boundaries? How many of you feel bad disappointing people? How many of you feel bad asking for what you really want? How many of you let people walk all over you because you don't want to hurt people or disappoint people or make people mad or anything like that? That's what happens when you take your selfish, self-serving parts of your personality and throw them in the shadow. Now, there might be some other of you. I find it's more rare to find these types of people watching this type of content, but some of you might be out there, or maybe you know someone like this who's just selfish and doesn't seem to be aware at all of the suffering of other people or even the experiences of other people. They don't seem to be empathetic at all. They don't seem to be compassionate at all. They just always want to do what they want to do, and they don't seem to give a shit about what anyone else has to say. And to a certain degree, this is glorified with this like, I don't give a fuck attitude. Like, people think that's cool, but it's actually, you're just taking your empathy and your compassion and all these essential elements that would allow you to connect to others, and throwing those in your shadow. So this is actually, none of this is healthy, but this is a very common split that people have. And it also shows up in the collective, which I'm going to go into later, of like, this is essentially what the Democrats and Republicans are. The Democrats are designed to care about everyone else, open borders and wealth and like healthcare and all this sort of shit. And the Republicans are meant to care for ourselves. That's why they want border security and like walls, and like want to make sure that like they're able to make as much money as they want and like not have to like pay taxes and all this shit. So it's like there's two elements of morality that people have a very common split on. And so when I talk about interpersonal lives, I'm going to go into the collective later, but this shows up in our interpersonal lives because we tend to attract like romantic partners in particular that embody the parts of ourselves that we reject. This is why this topic of conversation about the empath and the narcissist is so common, right? Because the empath is the person that has no regard for what they want. They're only there to serve other people as their way of proving their worth and their value. And then the narcissist has no interest in doing what anyone else wants to do. They just want to be completely self-serving. And this is a very bizarre thing that ends up happening is because the narcissist actually, I don't know if envy is the right word, but they really value the empath, and they actually wish they were more like the empath. And so they keep them close so that they can feel that warmth and that love that they've denied themselves. The empath allows them to feel that necessary part of their personality. And on the flip side of it, the empath sticks around with the narcissist because they connect them to a sense of personal power that they don't let themselves live through in their everyday lives. And it's also very common to assume that, sorry, my nose is really itchy for some reason. But it's also very common to assume that the narcissist is less ethical than the empath. But they're both unethical. Because the empath, who's lying about what they really want and hiding their true desires and hiding their true values and they're hiding their true thoughts, they're just lying. That's not actually ethical. And whereas the narcissist is just doing what they want and saying fuck everyone else, that's also not ethical. So there isn't a better or worse here. And I wanted to say that because if you're on the more narcissistic side, it can be easy to be prone to guilt. But just know that like it's a shit game on both sides. But the reason that we do this is because we actually want to be whole. We really desperately want to be whole. And we want to come in contact with the parts of ourselves that we reject. But we can do it in a healthy way, or we can do it in an unhealthy way. You can, like if you're more empathetic and you're more other-oriented, you can look in your shadow and you can begin to integrate all the more selfish parts of your personality in a way that still allows you to be empathetic and compassionate and caring about other people. You can do it in a way that allows you to stay healthy and have boundaries and stick to your desires and get what you want out of life and do all that stuff. Whereas on the flip side, you can still do everything that you want to do and you can still live completely free, but you can also understand that you're going to have impacts on people and decide how you want to proceed depending on how your actions are going to impact the people that you care about, or maybe the people that you don't care about, or anything like that. It just gives you more information to work with. Now, another reason the shadow is incredibly important to look at in our interpersonal relationships, this is going to be the last part of interpersonal that I talk about, which is red flags. So a lot of times people don't see red flags because the parts of their personality that would be like, hey, I recognize this, I have this is a bad thing, we should be careful of this person. The part of you that would say that and that would normally warn you of someone's shit behavior is in your unconscious. You're not aware of it. So even if the red flag does pop up, you're so committed to not looking at it that you don't look at it. And so either you never see the red flag in the first place, or you do see it and you like willfully ignore it until way later on down the line, you find that this person screwed you over and you realize that you saw the red flags from the very beginning but didn't do anything. So the way to combat this, again, is to look into your own shadow. Find the worst parts of yourself. Learn to love them. Learn to integrate them. Learn what they're all about and where they come from so that you can see them in other people. Because people think that, I just see the best in people. And they think that that's like a moral thing to do. Or that like makes you better than people somehow. You're like a jolly good, swell person because you only see the good in people. But that's not virtue. That's naivete. And that's actually putting you and your family and your community at danger. Because if you're only willing to see the good in people, that means that you're not willing to see the bad. in yourself and others, which means those bad traits will come by surprise, and they will take you and everyone that you know by surprise. Either your own behavior will surprise you and your community in ways that, hopefully you'll be able to come back from, or maybe some asshole coming into your life you won't recognize, and next thing you know, they screwed you over and you're like, oh, damn. So we want to be able to look at all the worst parts of ourselves so that we can know when we're about to act out, or what will lead us to act out, or when we can see someone else who has bad intent and protect our communities from that. So that's what I want to go into on the interpersonal. I think those are two of the most important things to look at interpersonally. Oh, also projection is worth looking into. Projection is where you take your unconscious and you assume that another person is exactly the same as you without checking. I see this happen on like the internet a lot. Like a celebrity will do something and everyone will immediately think that they understand exactly why this person did it and exactly who this type of person is. But the reality of the situation is they're actually just talking about their own unconscious shit and what would lead them to do a thing like that. And it's just like, I'm not going to go into this a lot, but it's just worth knowing that if you make an assumption about why somebody did something, you're talking about you, and you might also be talking about them. Just because you're talking about you doesn't mean you're wrong inherently, but know that you're talking about you first. And so double check if you're talking about the other person as well. Just verify. It's good. And if somebody's like calling you names and shit that isn't right, that like someone calls you some stuff that just doesn't fit, they're talking about them. But again, that doesn't mean that they're wrong. It's still worth looking into what they said. But at the same time, they are talking about them for the most part. So that's projection. I don't want to go too deep into that. So now we're going to go into the collective. And earlier I said that people tend to split their morality in, generally it's like, oh, we need to take care of ourselves more, or, oh, we need to take care of other people more. And this is a very common moral and ethical split. And what this does, like I said before, is it puts the other side into our shadow. And, this shows up, at least in America where I live, as our Democratic and Republican parties. The Republicans are always seen as like selfish assholes that don't care about anybody but themselves and all this sort of stuff. And that's because the Democrats, the people that care about everyone else, for the large part, have taken all their selfish traits and put them in their shadows. And so that it makes it very difficult for them to see what the other side is really saying, because they see it through the lens of, I can't be selfish and I can't do those things and I can't say those things because it would make me an asshole. Therefore, anybody who would say those things must be a selfish asshole. So that's one way the shadow shows up in our collective. Whereas on the other side, the Democratic liberal people they care so much about everyone else, to the point where the people on the other side see that as a problem, where they're like, dude, you can't give away everything. Like, we need to make sure that we do have strong boundaries, and we do need to make sure that our families and communities are safe, and we need to make sure that we give and take care of other people when we actually have a surplus in order to do it. But because this like weakness, this alleged assumed weakness is put in the collective unconscious of the people on this side, they say, oh my God, you weak, stupid idiot that just want to give everything away for free. And like, you want to like blah, 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 blah. And they have all their sets of insults. And the fact of the matter is that they actually just live in each other's collective shadows. And so this is really important, because if we actually want to create a peaceful society, we have to acknowledge the fact that we've created a collective shadow that half of the people live in. And so we need to take responsibility for our role in creating the collective shadow, integrate it so that we can actually listen to what the opposition is saying, or what the alleged opposition is saying, and hear them out and see what's valuable and what isn't, just like we would from their own parts of our personalities that we've rejected. And if it works to create a holistic sense of harmony in an individual, it's my belief and hope that this practice, if done collectively, will create wholeness, balance, and harmony in the collective. That's my personal belief. Now, failure to do this creates greater conflict, right? Where you get one social movement and they're like at whatever degree of angry, and then you get like another social movement to combat it, and they're more angry because, like this side, dominates the conversation to the cost of this side, and this side gets fed up just like our minds, and he goes, nah, fuck you, I'm going to dominate the conversation now. And then it's just this conflict that gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Next thing you know, like, people are dying in the streets. And these, social movements get crazier and crazier and crazier. Next thing you know, you've got like Nazis and fucking communists fighting in the streets. And so like that's actually what happens. And I'm throwing this in there. I know it's a little preachy, I know it's a little political, but it's at the same time, this is psychological reality. We create these shadows. We create these movements by our inability to face the parts of ourselves that we reject. By our stubborn insistence to our narrow-minded views of reality, we create stronger opposition, both in our minds and the world around us. And so if we want to diffuse that a little bit, if we want to bring the world into harmony, it's on us to integrate our shadows and figure out how to do that. So now that I've preached at you and done all that for a little bit, I'm going to actually teach you how to integrate your shadow. This is what I teach people. This is what I've been doing for a long time, and I'm going to show you how to actually do it. So there is a set of steps that you want to do. First, you notice a problem, and I'll go into it, but I'm going to list them and then I'll go into them later. So first you notice a problem, and then you identify the thoughts and feelings that created the problem. And then after you process those thoughts and feelings that created the problem. And after you've processed those thoughts and feelings, you look for the underlying wisdom, and then you do something about it. And that's how you integrate your shadow. And I'm going to tell you a little bit more about that. But before we go into the detailed how to do all those different steps, the first thing you need to do is orient yourself to a goal, an authentically inspiring and motivating goal, and integrate that goal into a set of values. Because what ends up happening is it's really easy to get lost in your shadow. It's really easy to say, I'm going to dive into the deep end of the pool and clean everything out. But you don't realize that the pool actually never ends. The shadow goes forever. You'll always be able to find new stuff. You'll always be able to find new stuff that you rejected, because I'm 32 years old. So I've got 32 years of shit I rejected in my backlog to deal with. And a decent amount of it's painful. A decent amount of it is really painful. So some of it's going to take me a long time to get through, and I'll essentially never run out. So the point that I'm saying, or the point that I'm meaning to convey, is you don't want to just dive in there without a purpose. There's a quote from Jordan Peterson that I really like. And he says, if you're going to visit the underworld, it's best to go in short increments and for a purpose. So you go in there to sort out a specific problem, right? But in order to figure out what the specific problem is, you have to know where you want to go first. You have an idea of where you want to go and what's going to get you there, or and who you want to be in the process of getting there. So you orient yourself around an authentically inspiring goal and a set of values. And then everything that doesn't align with your values and your vision is the stuff that gets integrated. So you have to have a true north. You have to have an anchor first, and then you can start fiddling around with all this different stuff. Otherwise, you're just going to get lost, which in itself isn't that big of a deal, but it's just going to be a distraction, right? Because I spent years like sorting through my shadow, and like I was getting healthier and happier, but I wasn't actually like moving towards things that mattered to me. And so there was still a nagging sense of dissatisfaction. So you want to know that you're going in a direction that's authentically inspiring to you, and you want to integrate that vision into a set of values. Then, the first step that we talked about was notice a problem. What's a consistent problem that shows up in your life that either keeps you from accomplishing the things that you want to accomplish or from embodying your values? What's something that keeps showing up to keep you from doing either of those things, even though you try to stop it? Right? In the instance of the singer, it's like, oh my God, I really want to sing, but I just can't make myself do it. You know what you want to do. You have a vision for yourself. You want to sing, but the consistent problem that persists, even though you say you don't want it, is you don't sing. So you can bet that there's an element of your shadow that's keeping you from singing, that you have some reason for not singing. That's an inherent part of this, is in order to do this work, you have to accept the fact that you create your circumstances no matter how terrible they are. And I know how bad that sounds to a lot of you. I know. And trust me, the last thing I ever wanted to say to myself when I was rocking back and forth after having to move back to my mom's house, because I'd suffered a mental breakdown, and all I could repeat over and over again was, I don't want to hurt myself. You can bet that the last thing I wanted to tell myself was that I had created all that. The weight of that responsibility is crushing, and I understand that. But that doesn't make it false. If you want to do shadow work, you have to understand that all of your circumstances, all of your behaviors, all of your thought processes, maybe not circumstances, all of your thought processes, all of your emotional habits, all of your behavioral habits, all of these things are created by you, and especially the worst ones. So when you can take responsibility for the fact that in the instance of this singer, the singer isn't singing because some part of her doesn't want her to. I don't know why she's a woman. So this person says, okay, some part of me doesn't want to sing, right? You've identified the problem. You've identified the thoughts and feelings associated with the problem, or at least you've begun to. You've said, this is my problem. I'm creating it somehow. And then you actually start paying attention to your thoughts so you can start figuring out, like, okay, what reason would I have for stopping myself from singing? And then if you ask that question with the genuine intent to get an answer, what ends up happening is eventually this light bulb goes off and you go, oh, I remember little Tommy fucking dip ass made fun of me in 5th grade for singing. And now I'm so afraid of singing, or I'm so afraid of that feeling that I don't sing anymore. And suddenly your whole life makes sense to you. And you're like, oh my God, Timmy, what's his dick, was a fucking a-hole. And that's why I don't sing. That is identifying the thoughts and feelings that created the problem. Now, the next step, and so actually before I go to the next step, this might take a little bit of developing mindfulness to be able to do. And mindfulness can be developed just through meditation, where you just sit there for like 10 minutes a day at the minimum, actually 5 minutes at the minimum, but 10, do 10 at the very least. And you just pay attention to your thoughts. And eventually this capacity to just pay attention and know that you're always going to judge, and know that you're always going to try to control, and know that your mind's going to constantly do stuff, and you just decide to play the role of the person who just pays attention to it and just starts to learn about it. Over time, that gets easier, and then you can put your awareness on whatever you want, and you can eventually identify your thoughts and feelings much quicker. So you may need to meditate a little bit to develop this practice in the beginning, but once you can identify your thoughts and feelings, then you've essentially identified the source of what causes your problems. And then the next step is to process all those thoughts and feelings. And so what I mean by that is, like, you think, oh yeah, we're talking about the singer. So the singer finds out that, Tommy Poopy Pants was mean to this person and now they don't want to sing. So then generally when people remember that, they have that feeling of how shitty it feels to be made fun of, like, up in their awareness, right? And so you process that feeling. You feel that feeling. You choose to consciously feel that feeling. And this is an interesting thing to do. I have this practice called ugly yoga that I do to actually guide me through this. So I'll be in meditation, and like, let's say I'm afraid of singing. I'm not much of a singer, so I am actually afraid of singing. And I think about what would it feel like to sing in front of a crowd. And then all that anxiety and all that fear comes up, and then I just let it be there, and I just let myself feel it. And then I actually pay attention to, like, okay, what does this feel like? Where do I feel it? Does this feeling make my body want to contort into a ball, or do I want to stretch, or do I want to, like, punch things, or, like, I let my body guide me through how to process the feeling. You don't have to do it that way. You can do it in seated meditation, or you can do it with a journal, or you can do it with a therapist or a coach like me or a friend or anybody. But this is just one of the ways to process the feelings. So you journal it all out, or you write it all out, or you talk it all out, and you do the venting that we talked about before. And then you get all the emotions out. And that's the processing part. And what that does is it clears all your emotional backlog out. It helps you come down to a nice solid center, and it helps you be able to think about your experiences a little bit more clearly and figure out how you want to address your situation. And so that's the processing the thoughts and feelings. Then you actually have to integrate the underlying wisdom, which we actually talked about earlier, of, like, in the singers, or in the, we talked about, public speaking. Because that's better than the singing example. The public speaker finds out that, oh my God, I'm nervous because I don't know my topic very well, or because I'm speaking to the wrong audience, or because I don't have anything to wear to my public speaking thing that I can feel proud of, or, whatever it may be. And then you do something about it. You research your topic a little bit more. You find a better audience. You find some really dope outfit that you can like go out on stage and like just feel like a baller in, or whatever it may be. And then that part of you is taken care of. You've listened to your concerns and you've actually done something about it. And then that's essentially it. That's essentially it. You identify the problem. You identify the thoughts and feelings that caused the problem. You process those thoughts and feelings. And then you do something with what you find underneath. And if you repeat that process in the pursuit of a goal with your values aligned, then you will self-actualize, you will achieve your goals, you will find purpose, you'll be capable of healthy relationships. You will actually go into the like top 1% of human potential. If you can actually master this practice, you will just grow exponentially, fucking quicker than anyone you know. You'd be surprised how quickly things change around when you can get good at this. And if you want help, you can reach out to me. If you're really sincere about figuring this process out, reach out to me and I'll get on the phone with you and I'll help you figure it out. And I won't even charge you for it. I do have a course I'm leading, but I won't even charge you for the call. I'll just help you figure out how to deal with your stuff and get you a plan for where to go. So that's basically all I wanted to say, really. Now, in closing, I want to talk about suffering a little bit. Kind of a weird time to talk about suffering now that I think about it. But we're going to talk about suffering because the whole point of this is loving the unlovable. And the only reason we deem things as unlovable is most of the time because it's uncomfortable. Because showing that to someone and their reaction would be uncomfortable. The feeling itself is uncomfortable. And so a huge element of this, actually 99.9% of this practice, is being able to be comfortable with being uncomfortable. It's allowing all of your fears and all of your worries and all of your pain and your anger and all these parts of your personality that you'd really rather not look at and really rather not face and really rather not feel. This is the process of allowing yourself to feel all those feelings. So to a certain degree, suffering is an innate part of this practice and suffering is an innate part of life. Now, I heard an old mentor say that the transformation in your life is equal to the level of discomfort you're willing to sit with. Now, this isn't masochism, this isn't self-torture, this isn't you being mean to yourself or punishing yourself or anything. It's like you're not inflicting pain on yourself. You're just being honest about the pain that's already there and being willing to face it on its own terms. Because all dysfunctional behavior essentially comes from the unwillingness to feel pain. So if you're willing to feel that pain, if you're willing to embrace the good and the bad in life, if you're willing to both be happy and sad in the same day and allow your emotional experience to flow the way that it normally does while still anchoring yourself in what you want and who you want to be in the process of achieving it, you're free. So know that this will hurt at times. You may feel like begging for mercy at times. I had to process a lot of stuff the other day because I wrote some really vulnerable stuff that pissed a lot of people off and people were calling me a lot of names, but I knew what I was talking about and I knew where I was coming from was pure and it was coming from love. But at the same time, being called names sucks. And so this last week I had to process some feelings that like, it just like, I felt like I couldn't handle anymore. But like you always do. And it's funny because like a lot of times when I feel like, oh my God, this is the worst I've ever felt, it's like over right after that. And then I have a brand new perspective on life and I'm suddenly able to take on my problems in a way I never could before. So face the discomfort. It's temporary and it's a natural part of life, and anything else is lying. Because you feel the way you feel, you have the feelings that you feel, you think the thoughts that you think, you have the beliefs that you have. It's like you are you already. All of your subpersonalities already exist in whatever degree of health they exist. You already exist in whatever degree of health that you exist. And there's no point in lying about it. There's no point in lying about it because to deny reality is essentially insanity. And so all this is making peace with what's already there. You already feel the way you feel. And you already think the things you think. This is just the process of being honest about it. And when you take something from your unconscious into your consciousness or into your conscious mind, you're able to choose what to do with it. And then after you get really good at choosing, it goes back into your unconscious, but from a healthier perspective. Because people always say like, oh, he acted unconsciously, like that's bad. But it's like, actually, we all act unconsciously like 80% of the time, and there's nothing we can do about it. There's just far too much information out there for us to totally act consciously, because we can only take in a very small fraction of information, and we can only process an even smaller fraction of that information. And so we actually have to act from our unconscious pretty much all the time. The question is, what's in your unconscious? Is it stuff that you pulled into your consciousness, sorted out, figured out how you wanted it to work, and then put it back? Or is it just crap that you never sorted through? That's the real question here. You're going to act unconsciously. You're going to do all these different things, and it's okay to do all these different things, but just make sure that when you do act unconsciously, that your unconscious is healthy enough to steer you somewhere worth going. So, like I said, this is pretty much, this is it. I'm going to stop talking now. If you have any questions, if you have any concerns, if you have anything you might need help with, please reach out to me. And I'd be happy to talk to you about, whatever. So thank you so much for being here. It's been really fun. I hope you got something out of this. I hope you got some insights, and I hope you learned something. And I'll see you later.
Hi guys, Shannon Shine here, and I am super excited and grateful to be hosting Shine Online for the 3rd year in a row. For those of you who don't know, Bring Me to Life Network is a grassroots network that is co-created to bring you inspiring and awakening content to help you feel more alive. We do so out of the goodness of our hearts, and if you feel inspired and able to do so, we truly appreciate donations. We run off of donations and sponsorships alone. So if you've received something amazing from any of today's workshops, or if you are excited to enjoy the musical performances and you feel guided to do so, you may send a donation to us via PayPal through projectbringmetolife@gmail.com. That is projectbringme2life@gmail.com. And again, all donations are truly appreciated and go towards the ability to be able to keep creating inspiring and awakening content for all of you. I truly hope you enjoy the rest of your Shine Online experience, and please share with a friend. Comment with us below and let us know what you think.
Hey everyone, what's up? My name is Rico, and I'd love for you guys to check out my up-and-coming podcast called The Millennial Movement, the dopest business podcast that is out right now. I speak with entrepreneurs, influencers, YouTubers, rappers, CEO, athletes, and many more. I share with them and talk to them about their success tips and story, how they've been able to build their personal brand and business, basically starting from zero to being where they are today. Guys, make sure you guys check out the podcast and find us at millennialmovementbrand.com to follow us, to keep up with the podcast, and to shop for the hottest merch out right now. Stay tuned. We out.
Hi everyone, I'm Sarah Hall, and today we're going to discuss the miraculous healing power of forgiveness. There is no obstacle in this world that forgiveness cannot overcome. According to the angels, it is the golden master key to all healing. I recently received a video request from you with the question, how do I get back on the right path when maybe people, family, or my environment get me down? I thought about the question for a moment, then I felt the angels' presence, and they answered that the problem was never external to begin with. With the practice of forgiveness towards all people, situations, or feelings that seem to be negative, you have the ability to experience transcendent peace and miraculous beauty in every situation possible. And part of me thought, really, angels? Even when we've been sitting in rush hour traffic for an hour, or even when we're faced with people who are racist or abusive, even when there seems to be so much suffering in the world. And of course, the angels smiled as the greater part of me trusted them, as I always do. And I felt and I understood the truth of their words in every bone in my body. Especially as I reflect back on my own life, I healed from chronic, life-stifling, deep depression and emotional abuse, armed with no other tools but the spiritual power of forgiveness. No matter what the world hands you, you have the power to remain anchored like a boulder to forgiveness. And thereby you'll transform every seeming hardship into pure gold. According to the angels, there are 3 important steps that you can take to unlock the power of forgiveness within yourself. The first is to understand that which needs to be healed or changed is never outside of you. Rather, it is inside. When you heal what is within, the entire world outside of you will transform before your eyes. Think what we could do with our world if everybody did that. It would be amazing. The second step is to recognize that it is your decision whether or not to keep the problem, the guilt, the anger, the resentment, the impatience, the fear, or the lack of forgiveness. That is yours to do with as you will. You may choose to keep those things or to release them. In other words, the power is completely and entirely in your hands, my dear. This is good news because it means you can determine your reality at will. The third step is taken on by the divine at your invitation. To accomplish forgiveness, you do not need to reinvent the wheel and cultivate some form of seeming perfection inside of you. The perfection is already there because the love of heaven, the consciousness of God, is already inside of you. It is you. When you simply hold the intention to forgive, you're inviting all the power and glory of the Creator into your heart. And the forgiveness is done through you. All you need to do is to hold the intention, to affirm the forgiveness within you, and sometimes gently and gradually, or at other times all at once in one powerful shift, you'll experience the miracle of forgiveness. Let the divine do it through you. The divine, after all, is the part of yourself that you seek to merge with when you hold intentions of forgiveness within your heart or upon your lips. If you ever find yourself really struggling with the strong emotions of lack of forgiveness, as we all do sometimes, like trying to hold on to the helm of a ship during a storm at sea, then I have a few suggestions for you. First, search for the next best feeling of relief available to you. Perhaps you're really upset with someone and cannot accept or tolerate their behavior. Take a moment and breathe deeply. Breathing always helps because the angel's light will be able to access and transform your heart as you breathe. So breathe deeply and reach for the next feeling on the ladder of consciousness towards peace. Perhaps you'll move from anger to something slightly less than anger. Then from that into the next form of emotion. Whatever happens, simply observe these shades of feeling as they shift and move through you like ocean waves. Breathe deeply and remember that there is no need to attach to them at all. Simply watch them. And when you are ready, remind yourself that God, or the divine force that is the pure love that gave birth to all creation, is ever present inside you. Listen to that presence, look for it, reach for it, grow still and quiet and breathe into it. Perhaps you might decide to practice meditation when you're calm enough. And if you would like, you can practice my guided meditation for forgiveness, which you can find by clicking the eye icon right over here, as well as you'll find the link in the description below for you. And then perhaps once you have calmed or meditated, you can spend some time finding simple, peaceful ways to share love. Think of someone you love. Maybe it is your friend, your parent, your pet, and take a moment just to tell them that you love them. Do something kind for them. Service has a miraculous, incredible way of wiping the emotional slate clean and lifting our energy back into a state of peace and awareness of the divine beautifully. To serve or love another is to open yourself to the oneness of the universe. Whereas To stew in negativity is to seemingly close the self off and feel isolated or sometimes even helpless. Love will always be the answer in some way. Love and forgiveness heal everything, no matter how seemingly bad. I think that this is proven by a little ray of beauty that I came upon some years ago. It is a poem that was found scratched into the wall of a concentration camp in Cologne, Germany during World War II. The author of the poem is unknown, but I am so deeply grateful to the beautiful, pure being of light who wrote it. And I will sing it for you. I believe, I believe, I believe in the sun, even when it is not shining. I believe, I believe, I believe in love, even when feeling it's not, even when feeling it's not. I believe, I believe, I believe in God, even when God is silent, even when God is silent. Thank you for connecting with me today, dearest one, and for liking, commenting, and subscribing. Do keep in touch with me via the links below, and know until next time that you are so loved and so very blessed. Bye!
Shine on me. Shine on you. The sun's gonna shine. Shine on me. Shine on you.
Hi everybody, Shannon Shine here, and I am super excited to be joining you for this episode, or this year's Shine Online. This isn't even an episode, this is a full-on cyber transformational festival. So that means that we are here to co-create this space together and to learn and to enjoy beautiful music and gifts and offerings that people have come together across the Bring Me to Life network to share with all of you today. So hopefully you've already been enjoying some amazing workshops and you're going to stay tuned for some musical performances later. If you're watching this at a later date, again, this is being recorded for Shine Online 2019. I'm super honored to be hosting for the third year in a row. And you can check out the reruns at any point in time through the Bring Me to Life network. So super exciting, amazing event, totally free. Share with a friend, tag a friend if you're watching live. These are pre-recorded, so I will be in the chat room to answer any questions you have, either on Facebook or YouTube, wherever you're watching. Even if you're not watching live, I will be checking the comments to be of service to you and answer questions. So today my workshop is talking about the chakras and why it is important to balance them. So I've had lots of questions about chakras and balancing and auras and all of that fun energy stuff since I became a transformational coach. I'm really into Reiki, and they talk about chakra a lot during Reiki practices and in yoga, and it's becoming a very widely used term for energy practices and different centers in our body. So I've taken it upon myself these last few years to really study and dive in, and I've actually went through at least, these are just half my stack of books, and I've done countless different classes and just research on the history and all of the fun things to discover more about the chakras, because I've found that studying the chakras is such an important part of the awakening process, and to become more aware of how your body works and reacts to the things that you put it through every day. So that being said, I've put together this course. Today is actually a free taste of an 8-week course that I'm about to launch. I've been waiting for Shine Online to really make this announcement. I've put together an 8-week class, or it can be an 8-day class if you want to really supercharge it. But my first live gathering, I'm creating a container to learn more about the chakras on a deeper level, and I will be hosting the first offering of that in April of 2019. So again, if you're watching this later, I'm going to be continuously offering this course and holding this space where we will be meeting in a variety of different ways to discuss the chakra system and why to balance them. And I'll also be doing one-on-one classes. But that being said, we'll talk about all that later. I wanted to talk to you about why the chakra system is important. So I actually did put together this little slideshow here. Let's dive in. So the chakra system is a energy that runs through your body. So you may have heard of chi and prana, and there's different ways that different historical groups or religious entities describe the chakras. But in reality, I like to describe them as light portals that control our body. They are visualized as spinning energetic vortexes that are created by the presence of consciousness within and around our physical body. They then exist within what we call the subtle body or the aura, which is typically hidden or harder to see energy fields that carry your urges, your emotions, your habits, and the imprints of all that has already happened to you. So you might be asking, what does that mean? Really what happens is a person collects energy from several different levels of vibrations, including color and smell and just basically your 5 senses. And we take this energy in throughout our body. So we have main energy centers, which are connected to major organs or glands that govern other body parts. Each of these main energy centers are referred to as a chakra. The word chakra is a Sanskrit word that means wheel, so that's why I call it a wheel of light. It's a spinning vortex that really whirls in like a circular motion. So kind of imagine yourself as this machine. So a lot of times the body is described as a machine. And really, we are. There's all these working parts, and there's these gears, and there's energy, and we're affected by the things around us. Like if you put a machine in a really bad situation or a bad workspace, the machine isn't going to work properly. Neither is most tools. So neither is your body. So imagine your chakras as these gears, and they're spinning, and they're in different parts of your body. They start at your root, which is the lower part of your body, and they move up. So with that being said, it's connected to these different organs as well. Your organs are the different gears. So our physical body is compromised of the 7 major wheels. And that's what we're going to talk about today. And in my 8-week course, each week will be dedicated to a chakra. And then the 8th week is kind of a discussion on auras and basically balancing the full chakra body. Another good visual of this is to really think also of how you can see others' emotions affected by the situations they're going through. Sometimes you say a person is glowing, and that's their aura, or their different chakras are kind of lighting up their energy body on a different level. Again, remember, every organ and gland of the body system is connected to a chakra, and each chakra is connected to a color, a vibrational frequency. For example, the heart chakra governs the thymus gland, and it is also in charge of the functioning of the heart organ, the lungs, the lymph nodes, and secondary circulatory systems, as well as the immune system in your arms and hands. So your heart governs a lot in the chakra system. And typically it's resonated on the color green. It can sometimes be represented in pink or clear, but I often personally save those colors for the upper chakras. So we're going to later in this workshop discuss each of the chakras. This is just kind of a little overview of where the chakra systems are located in your body. You can see there that the root is started in the lower part of your body and is often considered the legs as well. In most practices, we visualize the chakra system starting with our spine and going up our spinal system. Now you can see that in the photo on the slideshow. And then we move up to our sacral chakra, located in our, usually represented in our more private areas, our sexual organs, and then moves up to the solar plexus, which is in your gut, and your heart, which is in generally your heart area. Your throat is self-explanatory. Then your third eye is located right between your 2 physical eyes and slightly above on the forehead. So sometimes people say, oh man, my third eye hurts, or oh, I'm feeling something coming through my third eye, or they might get like a migraine or a headache because something is kind of channeling through. And the third eye governs your intuition and your understanding, or your personal connection to the universe, which is also connected to the crown, which is your spiritual connection again. So we'll dive into those in just a little bit here. Before that, I do want to talk a little bit about auras and what auras are. So auras are often connected with the chakra system. It's all part of that chi and that prana and that personal life force. So one way you can visualize auras is some people make you nervous where other people's relax you. Their energy or their aura carries energy from their chakra system, and this gives you a personal reaction to a person. So the chakras control various part of your 7-layer aura system as well. There's 7 chakras as well as your several layer aura. Your aura kind of radiates outside and around your body. It creates your personal bubble. That's where I personally believe the get out of my bubble statement or phrase came from, is because once you get in somebody's aura field, you can really affect their mood or their energy base, because your energy is then seeping into their energy bubble. Some people are able to see auras, and this allows them to be able to see your emotions and energy levels in a different way. And sometimes the aura coloring even represents the chakras that are kind of giving that energy due to either increased happiness or anger, or maybe your aura reflects tones of chakras that need more focus. A lot of Reiki healers use this practice. I've personally been able to see auras on and off since I was a young child. I'll give you a quick little intro to why I became interested in chakras myself. Was when I was very young, or maybe more so why I was interested in auras. When I was very young, I was actually playing soccer. So you can see an increase in people's auras when they're energy is really just pumped up. And most of the time it's sporting events. People are pumped up, whether it's kids or professional. I was very young, so my family was just excited to see me on the field. Well, I'll be honest, I didn't get the ball very much when I was playing soccer, but at this particular game, somebody kicked me the ball and I had such a rush of excitement that I missed the ball and it hit me. However, when it did, something just sparked and I looked around and every person had this bright color around them. Not everybody's color was the same, but there was just this energy that was just swirling around people. And the best way I can describe it personally is, on a really hot day, anything that has energy, you can see that kind of like waviness around them. If you tone in, or sometimes some people say if they relax their eyes and they don't try to see the details, they just relax their eyes, they can see the energy radiating around a person. It was like that, but it's amplified. So once you really access the aura field, you can kind of work with it. It took me personally many years to be able to see different energy fields, and I can't always do it on cue, but there are certain energies that are just so dominant that I can see the aura and it just clicks on. And again, this practice can be strengthened by looking at a person or a living object kind of with a white wall behind it and really focusing on the energy that surrounds them, and you can then see a little bit of their aura and their chakra system. It does take a little bit of practice, and some eyes may be more sensitive than others. So don't be upset if you try it and you don't succeed at first at seeing an aura. It takes a little bit of time. For me, it took that adrenaline rush and actually missing the ball and kind of getting hit with it. And I was just like, whoa. And it's kind of been there ever since. I stared up at the sky for a second and was just like taking it all in. And I've been very blessed in that way. If you have questions about auras too, drop them in the comments. I'd love to hear your stories about auras and chakras and how you've been able to see other people's energy. I think that's a really exciting topic and cool way to connect with people. So hop in the chat room or the comments wherever you're watching this. So let's get back to auras. Again, the ability to be able to see them is something you can strengthen. And here's a little example of aura photography. So you can actually get your picture taken by a special camera that will take a photograph of your aura at that time. I've actually had this done. My partner Selomon had this done, and a few other people I know, I've seen their aura pictures as well, because there are holistic fairs where people go around and they have these cameras, and it's really cool because I looked at a person in their aura and then I saw the photograph and it was pretty similar to what I was seeing intuitively. So I really enjoy the experience of seeing that. So now we're going to move on to start to discuss a little bit more about each of the chakras. So you can actually work with the chakras in many different ways. You can balance them using color therapy and essential oil therapy and crystals, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. So here's an overview of what each chakra really connects to. The root chakra, again, it represents foundation and feeling really connected, and the sacral chakra is sexuality and pleasure, and the solar plexus is personal power and the ability to channel. The heart chakra is love and relationships and self-acceptance. The throat chakra talks about self-expression and being able to communicate. The third eye is your intuition and your sense of purpose and direction in life. And your crown chakra is your connection to the divine. So if you're like, wow, she just went through those really quickly, don't worry. We're going to break them all down here in just a moment. So again, if you have any questions about what I'm talking about, you can hop into the comments and I'm there to help you. I'd love to hear what other people have to say as well. Before we dive into each one, I want to talk about sunlight for a second and talk about how sunlight is our main source and provider of light and energy. So talking about how each of these are energy cycles. Not only does sunlight sustain all life on Earth, but it also sustains the Earth itself and the energy of Earth. and it provides plants with the energy for photosynthesis, which in then turn sustains the life of all animals and humans. Sunlight really consists of energy in its form of the electromagnetic waves, and part of the electromagnetic energy includes cosmic rays and gamma rays and X-rays and visible light rays, infrared light rays, microwaves, all the waves. I think you get the point there. But we utilize these energies in our daily lives to fill our energy portals or our personal energy gears or chakras. So that's where the color and the light also come into play with the chakras. I want to talk about this while you're able to see how the chakras are represented in all the different colors. That's actually more of a new age practice, but that's because they've been saying that each color of visible light rays has a different wavelength and vibrational frequency. So they say that color really does affect us differently. With red being the longest wavelength and the slowest vibrational frequency, we connect it with the root chakra, as it has this warm and stimulating effect when you feel or you're surrounded by the color of red. It's also very grounding, and it can help with activating that sense of survival. You can even think of that with the concept of the bull in the red flag that the bull riders wave when they're trying to get their attention. When an animal or a living creature sees the color red, it might not recognize red as we do as humans, but it recognizes it as a certain frequency that is grounding or survival mode. For some of us as creatures, grounding helps us survive in a different way. For such as the bull, when he sees the red wavelength, he wants to attack it. He wants to find his own independence and really kind of go at that energy. So it shows how different creatures' chakra systems and reactions to colors and wavelengths and energy can be very different. Since light and its colors also physically affect the glands and hormones, they will also have a marked influence on our moods and feelings. So the way we take in sunlight or light in general is really important. So that's why they say it's really important to try to get outside and to take in sun, because science has proven that certain colors and sunshine can calm the mind, while others will stimulate mental activity and different reactions to the senses. And we need this light energy for nourishing our brain and our emotions and our physical body, as well as our light bodies, and especially our chakras. So light can also enter through our skin and our breath and our food, and we can receive additional color energy through a balance of various color foods and herbs and vitamins. And the chakras that also, again, can be affected through aromatherapy and sound and minerals, even clothing and different things like that. We use sound therapy a lot in my personal practice with my partner, and there is a sound meditation later this evening that will help balance the chakras. We actually released a chakra meditation series CD that you can buy. You can actually get the chakra CD digital copy or physical copy on either of our websites at shantasticshine.com or at selomon.com, and that's where we use sound to actually balance our chakra systems. So you might be saying, why is it important to really balance our chakra systems? So for me, I think it's important for us to balance our chakra systems because by being able to be aware of what is imbalanced also gives you a better way to go about your day. So if you're feeling really ungrounded, maybe you can't focus, you have to study, or you have this project or this meeting and you just really need to get focused and you can't ground. Being aware of your chakra system, that means that you need to balance your root chakra. And to do that, you can do so through meditation. You can do so by, again, wearing more red. I used to think this was really silly, but when I was younger, I had an aunt that was really into holistic practices, and I didn't know that she was doing color therapy or chakra therapy with me back then. But she would give me a calendar and she would go through different versions or different energy that I was going through. And she would tell me what would be best to wear color-wise that day. So if I had a day that I had a test and I really needed to focus, she'd be like, wear some red and it'll really help you focus and stay grounded. And then if I had a speech that day, or if I had to give a class presentation, it was always a good idea to then wear blue or brighter colors, because then that activated that higher throat chakra energy in that color therapy can really help. So by being aware of those things, I can balance out my chakras and help activate them in a different way to go about my daily activities. If I give a speech, I typically have a throat chakra crystal. Selenite's like a crystal that I use for throat chakras because it amplifies. So it's one I wear a lot around my neck to give speeches or classes. And just being aware of what areas of my energy body need attention to survive and be balanced really just makes my day-to-day life experience a much better place to be in reality. So I guess what it comes down to is why to balance them is you want your body to be a fully functioning, happy machine. If you don't like seeing your body as a machine, then see it as a living organism. You would want to give a plant everything it needs to survive and to be happy. Well, it needs sunlight, and that's part of its like crown chakra. And you want it to have food and nutrients, which would be part of its like root chakra and solar plexus area. So like every living thing actually has a chakra system, and you want to find a way to connect with that so that you can balance yourself on your day-to-day life. So let's break it down into what each chakra does. I know I've talked about it a little bit, but I want to take it on a deeper level. So let's see here. Let's get to the root chakra. The root chakra is often where most practices start. And the root chakra is also known as the Muladhara. I'm not the best at pronouncing the Sanskrit words, so let's give me a break on those. But it's represented by the color red, and its element is earth. So each chakra does typically have an element or a connection that way as well. It influences our passion, our creativity, our usefulness, our vitality, and most importantly, our basic survival instincts. The root chakra is connected with the sense of smell within the body, and it's attached to the gland known as the gonads, or sometimes visualized as the tailbone or lower spine. I personally also visualize it as my legs because they are my root to the earth. The chakra focuses on being grounded, focus, connection, fear, and survival. When I think of the root chakra, I also think of meditation and coming into my own space so that I can think clearer. I also think of the root chakra when, again, my legs are aching or my tailbone is aching. I ask myself how I can build a better foundation in whatever it is I'm taking on. You can again use crystals for the root chakra. In my 8-week course, we're going to discuss different crystals, essential oils, yoga movements, sounds, and a specific meditation and more for each chakra. So I'm not going to get into that as in depth today. If you would like to take that to a deeper level with each of the chakras, definitely contact me about the 8-week course. Moving on to the sacral chakra. It's also known as the Swadhisthana. It's represented by the color orange. Its element is water, and it influences our ability to be happy and joyful. It also is our access to being compassionate and creative, more passionate in general. It influences our desires, our sexuality, our reproductive functions. And within the human body, the sacral chakra is also connected with our sense of taste. It impacts several organs and glands, including the bladder and the lymphatic system, the pelvis, the large intestines, and the female reproductive organs. The chakra focuses again on sexuality, confidence, creativity, pleasure, and guilt. So the sacral chakra, I personally connect a lot, again, to my female cycle and my confidence on a personal level. I know when I'm feeling down or I'm just not feeling very perky or shiny, as I like to say, that I need to typically focus on my sacral chakra. And for me, it's usually a creative release or some sort of passion release. Like I want to feel worthy and confident in my own energy. So a lot of females struggle with their sacral chakra that I've worked with. I know a lot of males do too. It's really a chakra that gives a lot of people problems. So it's the best one to really focus on balancing because so many of us are uncomfortable with our bodies or our confidence and our just ability to share passion on a different way. So if those are things that are bothering you or you feel unfulfilled in, you want to check into balancing your sacral chakra more. Moving on to your solar plexus, also known as the Manipura chakra, it's represented by the color yellow. Its element is fire, and the solar plexus chakra represents our personal abilities and powers. It influences both our confidence and our connection with others. The solar plexus chakra is connected with our sense of sight and the adrenal glands. This chakra focuses on family connections, willpower, and shame. So the solar plexus, I also really connect to sibling situations or even children situations. A lot of times I personally say that's why people will say, oh, I have a gut feeling, especially when it's connected to family, because we do get those gut feelings right in our solar plexus chakra. Something that I experienced personally in my solar plexus chakra, working with my family and people that I'm really close with, I do get these gut feelings. And I can feel my energy wheel that is known as the solar plexus just kind of crunching in my stomach. It's like it's grinding against the other gears. And I think that that's because it's the gear inside of me that is attached to my heart chakra and again, my sacral chakra. So I can feel it so intensely. For example, when my brother is sick, I can feel it because him and I are very connected energetically and I can feel it in my gut. Same with my grandmother and my aunt. I've also had it happen with friends who I'm not necessarily biologically connected to, but energetically connected to on a different level. So you get those gut feelings about a certain person or situation. And that's checking in with your solar plexus as well as your third eye. But when it's in your gut, it's usually more of that solar plexus energy. And you can connect with that energy again through the different oils. And there's some different yoga movements where you open up your solar plexus energy. A quick tip is if you're meditating on the solar plexus energy, you want to have your stomach like open in a way where the energy can flow into it. So sometimes they say sitting isn't always the best option. You want to just be open for that chakra to receive. So we're going to go ahead and move on to the heart chakra. Let's see here, switching over. All right, so the heart chakra is also known as the Anahata. It's represented by the color green, and its element is air. It connects our upper and lower chakras and helps us manifest from the spiritual to the physical. The heart chakra impacts our sense of touch and is connected to several glands, including the lymphs and the thymus glands. The chakra focuses on relationships, emotions, love, and grief. So I also say that the heart chakra is the most important chakra because, again, you're balancing your upper three chakras and your lower three chakras through this very intimate portal to your personal energy body, your machine body, whatever you want to call it. The heart chakra is such an important space to keep balanced, and that's why it's important to follow your heart and to not block it. You don't want to block your emotions or your heart chakra because then you will feel either ungrounded or you'll feel too spacey or too connected to anything but reality, which we've seen in some people as well. My crystal bowl that I use for sound healing is actually a heart chakra tone because I use it to help balance both the upper and lower chakras. I like to think if we can keep our heart chakra in check, then the rest of our body will sort of follow suit to the best of its ability. And that's also why the heart is the literal most important organ of your entire body. So let's move on to the throat chakra. The throat chakra, also known as the truth chakra or the Vijahata chakra. It's represented by the color blue, actually. So let's just fix that while I'm here. It's represented by the color blue, not green. And the element is ether or space. It connects to our true inner voice and our ability to communicate with others. It is associated with our abilities to listen and empathize and communicate with others. The throat chakra is connected to several organs and glands, including the throat, jaws, neck, thyroid, teeth, ears, and esophagus. This throat chakra also focuses again on communication and growth, responsiveness, truth, and lies. So you want to keep your throat chakra open so that you can share your voice with others. You don't want to feel blocked. I know when I was younger, I wasn't allowed to really speak a lot in certain situations. And my dad always wondered why I would continuously get strep throat. I also I didn't speak as much. Now I have a very active throat chakra. When I was really young, I did not. And to the point that I had strep throat so many times, they almost removed my tonsils. And it was because I had blocked my throat chakra on such a level that it was causing me physical pain. So when you block a chakra on such a level, that's when physical ailments start to appear, such as strep throat, or if you have like a blocked heart chakra, you'll start to have heart problems. If you have a blocked sacral chakra, you may have some sort of problems in your reproductive system or so on and so forth. So you don't want to block your throat chakra. You want to keep open communication and learn how to just thrive with others. Moving to your third eye chakra, it's also known as the light chakra or the Ajna, represented by the color indigo. Its element is the mind. It's associated with our sense of thought, our ability to rationalize and use logic, and conduct an analysis to reach reasonable conclusions. This is through using our intuition or our personal sense of knowing. Connected with various glands, particularly the pituitary gland and pineal gland, our sense of thought is associated with the elements of telepathic communication and electricity through the third eye. Again, it really focuses on the intuition and your spiritual connection. I say that you can get visions through your third eye chakra. You can receive it through dreams. Dreams and visions are also very connected to the crown chakra, which is the last chakra we have to go through. And I think the crown and the third eye chakra are probably the two most intertwined. Like they are gears basically almost on top of each other, though the crown is typically represented right above your head where your crown would be. While we're talking about it, it's the spirit chakra, the Sahasrara, represented by the color pink, clear, or violet. Its element is really beyond time and space, so it doesn't really have an element other than it connects you through your timeline. It's associated with several different organs and glands within the body, including the brain, your hands, your nervous system, and your pituitary gland. When balanced can enhance powerful abilities and potential, including the ability to transcend all barriers created by the laws of nature. To possess an increased awareness of death and immortality, or a heightened spiritual awareness, is often connected to the crown chakra. It also focuses on your karma, your life purpose, your destiny, your cosmic energy, or even just your earthly attachment. Some people call this your avatar chakra. It's kind of that chakra that you can connect with it and you can balance it, but you can't master it unless you were basically ready to ascend to the next level of existence. Super powerful chakra. You can definitely access it in some ways and meditate on it and strengthen it. It's a very powerful portal. Again, it's connected with the third eye chakra in ways that you can receive visions. I connect them to dreams. When people come to me asking questions about dreams, I typically focus on working with the third eye and their crown chakra. So that's a lot of information already just on each chakra. If you have any questions, again, throw them into the chat. I'm hoping to be around to answer them. If you're in the comments, wherever you're listening, I would love to hear from you. And these are a lot of different things that I'm, again, going to be covering in my 8-week course. We're going to dive in deeper and really just get into the nitty-gritty of what each chakra does, how it connects, how you can work with it, how you can balance it and strengthen it, and be more aware of what is happening in your day-to-day life, and to take that into effect to balance your chakra system. Again, the chakras can be affected and balanced with a lot of different things. Typically, I like to say some way within each of the 5 main senses. That being said, let's see, I got a little visual here. In the course, we'll discuss oils that can be used. There's different crystals that can be used. There's pressure points in the body. You can see there the foot diagram is parts of different reflexology that can affect different parts of your chakra system. There's the mudras there on the right with your hands. In my chakra CD with Selomon, I talk about some of the mudras that you can use. He talks about some of them as well, to balance the different chakras. We'll do a mudra segment in the 8-week course that discusses each of the hand movements. Other ways you can work with your chakras are different foods, visualizations, color bathing, using the sun. Again, remember that the sun is our most important energy source, and through light, all of the 7 color energies flow from the sun's rays to the earth to balance the energy bodies of people, animals, plants, minerals, water, all of it. If you're not able to enjoy the sun for a few hours daily, add a quality full spectrum light bulb and a light source in your area to really help you. So that's why different light bulbs even affect you sometimes. Some people personally are super sensitive to certain types of light. Let's see here. I do have a slightly bigger version. I'm not going to discuss this today on a deeper level, but this shows again the different pressure points on your feet. There's actually a pressure point all over your feet that can affect each part of your body. And then here's the mudra. Here's the mudras, and a quick view here, starting at the crown and then going to the root chakra. Those hand movements are called mudras. It's often used during yoga practices or meditation. I'm not sure if I mentioned it too, but the symbols that you've been seeing through this workshop are the standard symbols that are typically used to represent each chakra system as well in Sanskrit. So they also have their own symbol along with their color. So I'm just giving you a second to review that. Again, using toning and sounds are a great way to balance your chakra system. That's why Selo and I have put together a chakra CD, and he and I have totally created the sound experience for that, the music for that, as well as a guided meditation. So each meditation is also an educational meditation, as well as the meditation portion of it has the sound bath. We use singing bowls and live instruments that affect the different chakras in different ways. And you can use different forms of water and clothing and decor, and I talk about that all in the 8-week course. So again, the 8-week course that I'm hosting on the chakra system is going to begin in April. I'm super excited about it. The 8-week course again is going to give me a chance. It's basically an hour. I'm going to host it, I believe, on Mondays at around 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And it's an hour on a live Zoom call. If you can't tune in live, it will be recorded for you to check in with later, and you can ask me any questions. Basically, I'm creating a container for us to learn to balance and activate our chakra systems together. I'm going to have 12 spots open. I may not fill it, and if it does, then I'll be willing to work with people one-on-one, or I'll be hosting this class again throughout the year and hopefully on. So if you miss again the April 2019 version, you'll be able to check in with me and still join in to learn all of this fun chakra information, because it's so important to your day-to-day life, and like knowing how you can help yourself and activate yourself and balance your body in a different way. And I'm again going to be talking about auras and being able to work with them and see them in yourself and other people. So that's an exciting addition. And as well, in the course, the 8-week course, you will get to receive meditation, and you'll get a digital download of the chakra CD that Selo and I have put together. So that's kind of an extra bonus that you'll receive by signing up for the full chakra course. So that being said, since we're getting to the end of this workshop, why don't we actually all just get comfortable for a moment, and I would like to give you guys a sneak peek of our Chakras CD series. And by doing so, we're going to all take part in a full chakra balance meditation. So this is actually the 8th track on our CD that we just released on 2/22. And I would love to share it with you all. So let's get comfortable, and here we go. Welcome to the full chakra meditation. You may sit or lie down in a comfortable meditation position. In this meditation, we will be focusing on opening and balancing the 7 major chakras. The chakras are wheels of light that control your physical, energetic, and spiritual bodies. Each of these chakras needs to flow properly. And if nothing were around you or ever happened, our chakras would flow freely. However, life is messy, so we have to learn how to properly balance these areas of our life effectively. We will be using specific colors to represent each chakra. If you see a different color or no color at all, that is okay. Now, as you relax, take a few nice, deep breaths. We will begin with our root chakra, also known as the Earth chakra, and it deals with survival and releasing fear. By surrendering our fears, we allow ourselves to grow. Begin to visualize a bright red light immersing your lower body and charging and cleansing from the tips of your feet up to your lower spine. As we feel our root chakra activating and opening, we now move up to our sacral chakra. This chakra is known as the water chakra and deals with pleasure and is blocked by guilt. What do you blame yourself for? What are your guilty pleasures? Now accept the reality that these things are a part of you. They do not hurt you or define you, but they do make you unique. To be a positive influence on others, you must share your uniqueness and forgive yourself for any insecurities. Now visualize the bright red light from your root feeding all the way up through your lower spine and into your stomach area right below your belly button as it becomes a bright orange light of confidence. As you feel your sacral chakra begin to activate, balance it and begin to move up to your solar plexus. Reaching our solar plexus, you may begin to feel your inner fire, as this chakra is connected to willpower and is blocked by shame. What are your greatest disappointments in yourself? You will never find balance if you deny yourself the ability to feel through and accept these areas of your life. You may wish to visualize a powerful yellow energy burning away any shame in the solar plexus area between your belly button and your chest. Now we move up to your heart chakra. Centered in your chest, we find the heart chakra, which is connected to air, fueled by love and blocked by grief. Allow yourself to feel both love and loss, so that all forms of energy swirl around, creating the spectrum of life. Remember that these feelings remain a part of you and help make you who you are. Those we love may come and go, and you can always create and call in new forms of love. Really feel what love feels like in your heart space. Visualize a bright green healing light cleansing your heart of any pain and turning grief into love, acceptance, and understanding. Taking this healing light, we begin to move up through our body to focus on our throat chakra, also known as the sound chakra. The throat chakra deals with truth, communication, and self-expression. You cannot lie about who you truly are and how you feel. It is best to share your truth and allow yourself to be heard. Then you can also be open to receive and hear others. To balance this chakra, visualize a blue healing light in your throat area, charging and balancing it so that you can share your voice. Accepting the power of our voice, we now move to our third eye chakra, also known as the light chakra, located in the center of the forehead. The third eye chakra deals with our insight, our dreams, and our visions. It is blocked by illusion. Remember now that things you think are separate are actually one and the same. Visualize an indigo light streaming through your body and into your third eye. Accept the guidance your higher self may be trying to give you. As we accept our messages, we begin to move up through to our crown chakra. Feel your crown chakra open above your head and expand around your entire light body. Feel this chakra and embrace what attaches you to this world. Opening this chakra gives you control over your thoughts and actions. The crown chakra deals with your cosmic energy. The crown chakra also deals with our attachment to reality. Releasing any attachments and allowing them to flow into the Great Spirit will allow them to be healed as you embrace only pure white light into your being here in the now. Take a deep breath as you feel the pure divine white light surrounding your whole body, bringing your entire energy body into a connected and harmonious state of being. You are a powerful being, and you deserve to live your best life. You will continue to feel energized following this meditation, and you will find yourself accepting more miracles as you have succeeded in raising your vibration to a higher level. You will be able to develop a higher understanding of life as you continue to work with the meditations throughout this series. Please continue to use these practices to enhance the quality of your daily life. Whenever you are ready, wiggle your toes and fingers. Take one last deep inhale and a deep exhale. Feeling your body now balanced and at ease. Ready to manifest your destiny and accept messages from your higher self to guide you to your next chapter. You may gently open your eyes, and best wishes on your spiritual journey. Alright, so I hope you all enjoyed that. I'm really looking forward to sharing that on a bigger scale. If you'd like to get copies, again, you can get copies of the full CD at shantasticshine.com or at selomon.com. It is our first full-length CD together. Super excited. We actually put it together for the 8-week chakra series so I could share the chakra meditation music that we created ourselves each week with the workshop. So if you have any questions about my 8-week master course, feel free to reach out to me and to just check in. I want to make sure that people understand what it is I'm offering in that course. Some things that you'll learn, again, are the 7 chakras in depth, a different chakra each week, how they affect you, how to balance them more. You'll learn the essential oil and the crystals for balancing. I'll also be offering some different options on my website for chakra crystals and essential oils. So if you want to get the additional pieces to work with that balancing, I'll also have those available. I'm looking forward to offering it. We'll discuss mindful movements, and again, you'll get a free download of the co-created series of chakra meditations with me and Selomon. So that covers a lot of what the chakra system's basic uses are. And you can sign up again for that class on my website at shantasticshine.com. So an overview is the chakras are a part of our energetic life force, and it's important for each of us to remember that we're not only our physical forms. We are an energy and spiritual being living a physical life, and chakras are a part of this pulsing electromagnetic energy field that is usually described as an aura or a luminous light body. If you want to dive in deeper, get a hold of me at shantasticshine.com. Comment in the section below. And I really hope you enjoyed this workshop. And I hope that you stay tuned for the rest of the workshops and the upcoming amazing musical performances that are a part of Shine Online 2019. If you're not watching this live, I'm sorry you missed it, but you'll want to check out to the replays on Bring Me to Life Network. Thank you, Bring Me to Life Network, for being able to put this together. Thank you to our sponsors who have made this possible as well. And again, if you want to donate, you can make donations to Bring Me to Life's project at projectbringmetolife@gmail.com. via PayPal or visit us at bringmetolife.com and find our various offerings from radio to podcasts, workshops, whatever it is you're looking for in the awakening scene. I'm sure we have a way to offer it, or we can link you up. So thanks for tuning in and enjoy your Shine Online 2019 experience. Bye.
Said this little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine. Let it shine. Let it shine. Oh, let it shine. Jump up, it's a good day, it's a good day, it's a good day. Jump up, it's a good day, hooray, hooray. Jump up, it's a good day, it's a good day, it's a good day. Jump up, it's a good day, hooray, hooray. Everybody clapping their hands, everybody playing in the band, moving and a grooving, shaking and a loving. Happy people all over the land. Jump up, it's a good day, it's a good day, it's a good day. Jump up, it's a good day, hooray, hooray. Now jump up, it's a good day, it's a good day, it's a good day. Jump up, it's a good day, hooray, hooray. Everybody make...
Hey everyone, what's up? My name is Rico, and I'd love for you guys to check out my up-and-coming podcast called The Millennial Movement, the dopest business podcast that is out right now. I speak with entrepreneurs, influencers, YouTubers, rappers, CEO, athletes, and many more. I share with them and talk to them about their success tips and story, how they've been able to build their personal brand and business, basically starting from zero to being where they are today. Guys, make sure you guys check out the podcast and find us at millennialmovementbrand.com to follow us, to keep up with the podcast, and to shop for the hottest merch out right now. Stay tuned. We out.
How could this be wrong? How could this be wrong?
Hi guys, Shannon Shine here, and I'm excited to talk to you about my latest release, which is an 8-track chakra CD co-created with my partner Selomon. The series features a track for each chakra and an 8th track for a full chakra balancing experience. We created the music and guidance ourselves to serve as both an educational and spiritual journey. You can download or order your copy today at either of our websites, shantasticshine.com or selomon.com, and we really hope you enjoy.
Humans, Breezy here, and if you didn't know, you're in a higher vibration now, so welcome to Shine Online. Thank you for joining me today. I will be leading a workshop on dialogue with your inner child. The goal of this workshop is to teach you how to use dialogue with the intention to connect and heal the inner child by really healing those emotional blocks and triggers from your past. We're going to do this in 3 easy steps just to summarize our strategy here. First, we're going to identify an event, a trigger, or an emotional state that needs to be addressed. Next, we will reflect on the loving action that needs to be taken in order for healing to take place. And finally, we will use a technique that you can use in your daily life to connect and heal your inner child. So let's get into some brief history so that you kind of know where we're coming from and why it is important to connect and heal with your inner child. The inner child is a real concept, and it is based in psychology. The inner child is not a whimsical metaphor, it's not a foo-foo hippie idea, it is a real psychological construct. This is a psychological complex that exists. It is real. Psychologists over the years have called this construct different names. In the Jungian perspective, this inner child is often referred to as the eternal child. Freud and Jung pointed out that this inner child dwells in the realm of unconsciousness. This is the unconscious part of ourselves where memories and events are stored. So, both Freud and Jung pointed to an unconscious part of ourselves, a realm within our memories that holds our childhood experiences. So psychologists look to this realm to explain many behavioral, emotional, and relationship difficulties. Oftentimes, true adulthood revolves around addressing these complicated complexes that have developed as we've grown older. True adulthood hinges on acknowledging these emotional, social, and relational triggers. So many psychologists who work in the inner child realm acknowledge that true adulthood hinges on the very powerful act of addressing, acknowledging, accepting, and taking responsibility for parenting your own inner child. What is dialogue with your inner child? This is the process of taking your past self and caring for them in a back and forth conversation. This is very different than just talking to your inner child. There is a connection that is made. This connection is made between the now self and the past self. And this is more powerful than a one-side conversation. One thing of note is that in this process, you want to write it down or speak it aloud. While you are having a dialogue with your inner child, you can't just mentally do this practice. It's very helpful to write it down. It's very helpful to speak the words out loud. What makes it powerful? It's that act of simply tuning into yourself, listening to yourself, and allowing yourself to absorb what you're hearing or what you're seeing on your piece of paper. It allows us to see whether we are truly being loving and caring towards ourselves. Oftentimes, we don't notice when harmful thoughts come into our perspective, when we start to rehearse that negative narrative of our lives. Sometimes we don't notice when those negative thought patterns creep in again. The process of dialoguing out loud will be very beneficial in acknowledging when those negative thought patterns arise. So now that I've summarized a brief history and given you some tips on what dialoguing with the inner child is and why it is important, let's identify an issue. So start to think about an event or a situation or a moment in your past that may have seemed hurtful. Oftentimes, these moments can revolve around art or dance or self-expression. They can also revolve around asking for needs to be fulfilled. Needs such as love, belonging, and even acceptance. So think of a time, gently, I invite you to gently think of a time when it was difficult for you as a child. I'm thinking of a time when I was singing and my sister told me that I didn't sound very good. As a child, that hurt, and I acknowledge how I'm feeling. You can think about a time when you were anxious or scared, sad, or depressed. Briefly, take time to identify the problem. So, as a child, I felt shame that I could not sing very well, and I stopped singing. That was the problem, was that because of that situation, I stopped singing. Now, decide what nurturing words you're going to say to your inner child. Decide on the nurturing words or behavior that needs to take place in order for healing to occur. For example, if a childhood event of embarrassment happened, reassure your inner child that they are lovable, that this event is not causing them physical danger, and that they will make it through. I can reassure my inner child that singing takes practice, and you can keep singing. Continue to sing as if no one can hear you. So decide for yourself what kind of loving, nurturing words your inner child needs to hear because of this past event. I want to reassure my inner child that don't let nobody tell you what you can't do, because when you put your mind to it, you can do anything. And then envision how your inner child reacts to that. They might come up with more tears of sadness or frustration, or they might burst into laughter. How would your inner child react to your loving action? And be sure to write down what you say to your inner child, and be sure to even practice out loud like I did just now. So while we are reflecting on the loving action that needs to be taken and we're writing it down, continue to just write out ideas that pop into your mind. Continue to write from your adult perspective towards your inner child. Tell them what they need to hear. Giving you some time to do that. And while you're thinking about that, take a deep breath to allow the healing process to really settle into your body vibrationally. If you're having difficulty really connecting with your inner child, let me briefly define what a nurturing adult might look like. A nurturing adult is someone who can be open and honest and loving in a gentle way, using a gentle tone of voice like I'm using now. A nurturing adult understands that a child has good reasons for how they are feeling, even if the child doesn't understand those reasons yet, even if that child can't identify the feelings that they're having. A nurturing adult understands that those feelings are happening for an important reason, and that it is imperative that that reason be uncovered to help the child heal. So a nurturing adult is there to be open, understanding, and with a listening ear, give the child an environment that allows them to heal. So now that you've written a few words in the adult state, tune into your child state. In the child state, write a response to your nurturing, loving adult. You can use your non-dominant hand, I'm using my left hand, in order to really create more of an impact and connect more with the inner child mentality, using your non-dominant hand. Speaking out loud, you can try to envision and embody your inner child. Also, looking at a photograph of yourself when you were younger can help you put yourself into your childlike state. And this will help you authentically respond to your adult self from your childlike state. So tuning into your inner child, briefly write or say out loud what a response to your loving adult. Moving forward with my example from earlier, I don't really want to sing anymore because I don't want my sister to say anything mean to me. And then, as you write down the response from your child, you can almost automatically feel your loving adult responding and wanting to care for that inner child's feelings. Briefly write down your breadth and depth of emotional state currently. This also helps the healing process. Be sure to take a moment to reflect on how your child self reacted to your adult self. And then move back into your adult state and allow yourself to respond from your adult state. Write and emphasize the feelings that you understand what the inner child is explaining, that you truly understand and feel how they feel. Now, continue this back and forth dialogue for as long as is necessary or as is needed. This process is for you to heal and uncover things for yourself. By doing this process back and forth, you will continue to go deeper and deeper and deeper into the childlike state, into that unconscious realm where the child dwells. Practice will allow more behavioral, emotional, and social issues to come to the surface and allow themselves to be healed. The loving adult really understands the listening process. So in this back and forth state, in this back and forth conversation, in this back and forth dialogue, it is important for the adult to remember what true listening is. We want to listen with the intent to understand what the inner child is trying to communicate, not with the intent to automatically respond and make things better. The goal of listening is to understand the person and let them know that they are understood by reflecting back to them what they said. So I hear that you're anxious about singing in front of your sister because you might be hurt again. That kind of reflection communicates you understand why your inner child is feeling the way they are feeling. If the child is feeling angry, allow them to release their full amount of anger. If the child is sad, let them cry a little bit and listen. If the child is feeling angry, let them release this anger. You can do so by crying or screaming or writing it out, or even grabbing a pillow and punching that pillow to help release that anger. If the child is feeling sad, allow them to cry. Allow them to feel that sadness. And once that sadness subsides, tell the child the truth about their beliefs. Tell the child the truth about their false sense of self and negative thought patterns that they are rehearsing. Tell the child that they are lovable. Tell your past self and your now self that you are worthy of love. That no matter what you say or do or have said and have done, you are still lovable and you are continuing to be a lovable human being. So finally, let's go over some tips that you can use in your daily life. This process is one that you should do by yourself and give yourself some time to dialogue and go back and forth in order to get that practice and go deeper into your psychological states, to go deeper into your psychological unconscious self. Practice is one way that you can do that. Now, throughout the day, we also experience a myriad of emotions. We experience many emotions throughout the day, and we can use this practice to discover where those emotions come from and if our triggers come from our inner child. So if we have a moment of embarrassment in front of the office at work, is that connected to a past event? And if we address that past event, will this current event seem as impactful? Will it seem as charged energetically? So when daily events come up, how can you dialogue with your inner child? There are usually two places that you can go in order to find privacy: the restroom and your car. These are two guaranteed places that you can go to no matter where you are in human society. And you can find some privacy in order to briefly dialogue with your inner child. Once you find a safe, private place, tune into your inner child and briefly ask if there is anything she or he wishes to communicate, wishes to say or do in this moment. You can also see if there's anything special that your inner child wants to pay attention to throughout the day. Sometimes I get the overwhelming urge to really enjoy unicorns, and I let myself enjoy unicorns. Today I decided to do my makeup a little different because I wanted to play, and I wanted to really fulfill my inner child's desire to play with makeup. The other day I wore some really fun jewelry on my ears in order to really express myself and express the joy that my inner child was feeling. I wanted to show that in my expression. So tuning into your inner child throughout the day, asking them if there's anything special that they want to do, or if there's anything special that you as the adult should pay attention to. For example, if you have your own children, what would your inner child want you to pay attention to? This practice is also just very helpful in tuning into your inner child and reassuring them throughout the day. So if you've had an embarrassing moment, you can reassure your inner child that you will recover and that everything will be okay. So to review, the inner child is a real psychological construct. It has roots in our unconsciousness, and it's based off of those past events and emotional triggers that we've been carrying around inside of us. Many psychologists look to this unconscious emotional realm to help heal all of our relational, social, and emotional triggers. And that true adulthood hinges on acknowledging, accepting, understanding, and healing all of these triggers from our past. Being able to understand how we were hurt as a child and how that hurt influences our interactions daily is a very powerful tool that we can use to become even better humans. One of my favorite phrases is to save the world one person at a time, one adventure at a time. And we can only do that if we are able to save ourselves. I am able to heal myself and move into a space where I can better serve those around me because I have worked on healing my inner child, on healing other aspects of myself so I can better go out and serve my community. And I hope that this was beneficial for you as well so that you can heal those aspects of yourself that prevent you from truly participating in the world around you. So to review, we have learned how to address an event and use a dialogue with our inner child by assuming a nurturing adult state and by communicating to our inner child those loving actions that need to be said in order for healing to take place. Rehearsing this out loud and writing it down is very powerful. It helps us acknowledge that we are truly talking in a loving way to ourselves. And it helps us recognize when negative thought patterns creep into this dialogue. Practice and rehearsal helps us to understand how we can go deeper with our inner child and how we can truly continue to root out those emotional triggers and blocks that prevent us from truly participating as an adult. And finally, you can use this technique in daily life in order to address your child and really express yourself truly in the way that you want to express yourself. Oftentimes, when we were younger, we were told that an artist or a musician or a true believer had to be a certain way. I'm telling you that you were told something false, and that it's time to really root out those negative thought patterns, those negative beliefs about self, and step into your personal power by walking with your inner child into a new future for yourself, a brighter future for yourself, a more creative and fun future. If you feel like you need more connection, if you feel like you need more assistance, or like you want to connect more or in different ways with your inner child, I am available, and you can connect with me at my website, www.goldengaian.com. I hope this was beneficial for you. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for tuning in to Shine Online. Shout out to all those other high vibe humans making music and making workshops and making magic happen. We're in this together, one adventure at a time, one person at a time. We can save the world. So until next time, high vibe humans, or until the next Shine Online festival, stay healthy, stay light, and don't give up the fight. Breezy, out.
Hi there, Shine Online. Thanks for tuning in from wherever and whenever you are listening. We're grateful to have you, and if you haven't already, we highly suggest that you check out our official website, bringmetolife.com, where you can find a variety of awakening content, including our latest podcast, interviews, radio shows, and episodes of Through the Eyes of the Angels. Bring Me to Life Network is a community platform created to bring you content to help you wake up and shine on. We encourage interaction and hope you can join us in our various chats and comment locations. We would love to hear from you and hope you encourage a friend to join the movement too.
Hi guys, I'm Sarah Hall, and at your request, today we're going to talk about how to open your third eye. So your third eye is the seat of your intuition. It's the center through which you receive spiritual understanding and through which you can access all the knowledge and the truth of the universe. The third eye is also termed the sixth chakra, or ajna, as it is referred to in the Hindu tradition. It is a part of your energetic chakra system in which chakras, or energy centers, align from the base of your spine upwards, usually coinciding with major physical body organs. In the case of your third eye, or sixth chakra, this energy center is aligned with the pineal gland. The pineal gland is a small pine cone shaped gland that rests between the two hemispheres of the brain, and it functions as part of your endocrine system, producing melatonin to regulate your sleep and wake cycles, as well as to regulate your hormones. The physical pineal gland is very, very sensitive to light, in that it responds to the Earth's cycles of night and day. In other words, it knows how to regulate your melatonin and circadian rhythm based on whether it's nighttime and you need to sleep, or it's daytime and you need to be energized and active. The spiritual third eye is also very sensitive to light. So in the spirit world, consciousness is expressed as light, and all sentient beings have a light body in which our consciousness is collected, processed, and stored. You can receive information that downloads into you through spiritual light coming into the third eye. For example, this can occur during an energy healing session when a healer helps guide spiritual light into your body. The light comes into your body and encodes your physical, mental, and spiritual parts with healing information that allows your system to arrange itself in a more harmonious way. The third eye is always responding to the spiritual light and energy with which we interact. For example, the third eye often naturally activates and opens during our sleep. It receives light from the spiritual dimensions as we travel, grow, and heal in the spirit realm during our sleep. It also, of course, becomes very active during our dreams and is associated with lucid dreaming. The third eye, it's the seat of not only your intuition, but of all things in the magical realm of the human mind. The third eye is where your mental awareness and the spirit world, wherein lies the collective divine mind of the all, merge as one. The third eye is therefore your direct mental link to God or Source. It is the border between what is individually you and what is collectively you in all creation. It is an access point into the spirit world. Through the third eye, we process all of the extrasensory perception that we receive, and we can explore divine mysteries. All of our chakras actually do play a role in extrasensory perceptions, but the third eye is the hub of where that extrasensory perception becomes understanding and where it becomes intellectual realization. The third eye is therefore your center for processing intellect, understanding, visualizations, imagination, dreaming, clairvoyance, revelations, and even past life memories, or seeing auras and spiritual energy, and receiving impressions and communications from spiritual beings. So, how do we open and activate the third eye so that we can consciously benefit from all of that immense spiritual and mental possibility? Well, there are actually many things that you can do to stimulate a third eye opening. And one way isn't necessarily better than another, but I'll tell you that essentially what is happening in all the methods I'm about to teach you is that you're allowing a higher vibrational spiritual light to enter into your third eye chakra, thereby waking this energy center up and helping you to consciously connect your waking mind with the intelligence the third eye receives. You can spend your lifetime, honestly, continuing to further the development of how you consciously use your third eye to receive light and to process awareness. And really, the possibilities for learning and growth through this third eye activation are quite infinite. But today, we'll just get started with the beginning of this process. My first and best tip to begin awakening any spiritual gifts, but most especially your spiritual sight, is to call upon the angels, your spirit guides, and any other loving higher power that you feel aligned with to help. Opening the third eye can often be a rather intense experience for some of us. So it can be immensely helpful and comforting to have loving, trustworthy guides, such as the angels, to oversee this process. The angels I like to call on for your third eye activation are Archangel Michael. He is wonderful at seeing us through all new, unknown types of experiences and situations to clear away insecurity and fear and to help us regulate the experience so that it's nice and gentle for us. It goes at a pace we're ready for. Also, Archangel Uriel. He is the angel of light, spiritual enlightenment, and the realm of the mind. He is great at keeping you focused, clearing away distractions, and directing your third eye towards the right kind of energy to connect with. Another of my favorite angels to call upon for third eye activation is Archangel Metatron. He is an angel who is wonderful at guiding consciousness expansion, also ascension, spiritual evolution, and uses sacred geometry to arrange forms of light around your energy body that help you through this process of awakening and healing by lifting the energy and keeping it in place. So you can call on these angels, or again, really any loving guides with whom you feel safe and comfortable to help you through this process. There are so many guides who are wonderfully qualified to help. And I highly suggest, if you don't have a guide that you know of that you want to call upon, to ask heaven to assign you specific guides for your intuitive development. Over time, you will gradually get to know and love your personal guides and how they uniquely interact with you. Once you call on your guides, be specific about your intentions. So let's go ahead and try this all together. You can place your hand over your heart, take in a nice relaxing deep breath, and mentally repeat the following intention. Dear angels and spirit guides, please help me to open and activate my third eye. Guide the development of my intuition for my highest good and for the good of all. Align my energy body with the highest and purest love-based energies in this universe. Let my third eye be an instrument of divine love. I invite this, or better, into my life now, and so it is. Next, I recommend doing energy work on yourself regularly as you practice opening the third eye. All of us are capable of doing energy work. We are all made in God's image and hold the same potentials for wielding spiritual energy. All you need to do to begin channeling spiritual energy is to choose to do so and to visualize it. So let's go ahead and try this together. So raise your dominant hand and gently float it just above your third eye, like so. Breathe deeply, feeling the rhythm of your body merging with the web of life. Become aware of your feet firmly planted on the ground and your crown chakra blossoming open to the light of the spiritual dimensions above. As you inhale, visualize bright white light gathering in the center of the palm of your hand. Feel that light grow. And as you exhale, send that into your third eye chakra. Breathe, meditate, and you can just feel that for a moment. Through your visualization, you've called upon the universal light of the cosmos. This divine energy moves through you very easily because you are a child of this light. You are made of it. You live it and you feed on it naturally every day, just like your body is made out of water, and you drink water daily as a part of your physical existence on Earth. So I recommend that you practice channeling light into your third eye daily, or even call on your angels and spirit guides to do this for you. I highly recommend practicing this exercise first thing in the morning when your consciousness has freshly returned from the spirit world, at night as you're starting to fall asleep, or during or after a meditation. Meditation is one of the golden master keys of spiritual creativity. Practicing meditation enables you to calm and also disidentify with distracting thoughts so that your awareness opens and expands into the spirit world. Meditation naturally opens your third eye and helps you practice maintaining a spiritual vibration that keeps all of your chakras in a very activated state of being, nice and open. Meditation is a powerful practice because it shapes and disciplines your mind so that you can be aware of the spirit world in the first place. Meditation does that for us. Again, it is the master key to opening your awareness to all things of the realm of spirit. Another version of our energy healing exercise is actually to use a crystal in this practice. So find a crystal that you personally feel drawn to. I recommend any variety of quartz, like this one. Blue kyanite is great, lapis lazuli, amethyst, or labradorite. But there are plenty of crystals with unique, beautiful energies that will work for this process. So just follow your intuition on which crystal that you feel most guided towards. So go ahead and hold your crystal in your dominant hand and place it over your third eye. Once again, breathe deeply. You may hum or sing during this process to heighten the vibration. And then, of course, visualize white light pouring through the crystal into your third eye. As you continue to breathe deeply, notice the light moving deep into your head, pouring into a plane of light stretched over the back of your skull, just so. This is a plane of light in your inner world upon which visions may arrive, where you can see into the spirit realm. Continue to breathe and absorb this light just as long as you wish, allowing the crystal to act as a booster for this higher vibration. Now, recall that I mentioned a moment ago that you can use humming or singing to open your third eye as well. Well, vibration naturally awakens and activates our energy body. Spiritual light is made up of corresponding vibrations, and sound is pure vibration. We can use sounds and music, therefore, to open and activate the third eye. The tones associated with the third eye chakra are A and A sharp. In fact, each chakra corresponds to a tone, creating a nice harmonic scale going up the entire body. A really powerful way to practice activating the third eye through sound is to meditate, sing, or do some energy work to the sound of a Tibetan singing bowl. The vibration emitted from a singing bowl really creates powerful shifts and can move a lot of energy, especially if we may be feeling blocked or out of touch with our sensual side. That crystal singing bowl will do just that for you. Speaking of sounds, it's quite common to hear crackling, drumming, or other mysterious sounds while your third eye is opening. This is totally normal, so don't worry about it. When energy moves, it makes sounds, and you're hearing the shift that it makes. If you feel in any way uncomfortable or if this distracts you, simply ask your angels to turn down the volume and help to gentle the process. Now, another spiritual practice that really benefited me as I practiced opening and getting familiar with my third eye was shamanic journeying. So shamanic journey is often practiced to the sound of a drum beat or musical vibration to help hold energetic space for you to journey into the spirit world. Much like astral projection, during a shamanic journey, we enter into the spirit world to connect with spirit guides, to explore and heal our soul's memories, to expand our spiritual knowledge, and so many other things. There really are no limits to what you can do when you practice journeying. During my shamanic journeys, I would often just set the intention ahead of time to grow and hone with my spiritual sight and knowingness, to expand my intuition. And then I was consequently, of course, met with wonderful spirit guides who answered that prayer, who helped me through many mind-opening experiences in this spirit realm. Now again, remember, the point of shamanic journey and all of these spiritual practices for third eye opening is simply that we're bringing higher energy into the third eye to wake it up and help you practice using it. We'll definitely talk more about shamanic journey in some future videos, but for now, just know that it is a great option for exploring the third eye's capabilities. If you have maybe a shamanic journey group or shamanic healer nearby who can guide you through that experience. So, my final tips are geared towards maintaining a high vibration so that your third eye can remain comfortably open once you've activated it. These tips fall into the category really of spiritual self-care, and of course, your spiritual self-care regimen is totally up to you. Go ahead and try these ideas that I offer on, and you can tailor your self-care routine to fit your life. My first tip is to do a mental detox from any overstimulation that you'd receive through too much television, phone, or computer use and that sort of thing. To learn more about the effects of TV and media on the third eye, do check out my video on this topic, which I'll put right here for you. You can also do a physical detox as you feel guided to clear out lower resonating foods or toxins from the physical body, helping you to maintain a higher state. Now, many people are guided towards a vegan or vegetarian diet high in fresh, raw, and organic plants because these foods are very light in vibration and they're in closer proximity to the sun's energy than animal products, which are farther away from the sun or the light on the food chain. Mood-altering chemicals and toxins can also have an effect on the third eye. So you may also feel guided to stay away from these things, such as alcohol, caffeine, or even too much sugar if you're really sensitive. Sobriety and a detox from chemicals in our foods and products are excellent for spiritual self-care. If you'd like to learn a little bit more on the relationship between your diet and the spiritual energy body, go ahead and check out my video on this topic right here. Now, lastly, I highly, highly recommend spending time in nature. All of our senses automatically heighten and sharpen after we spend some time in nature. The earth is naturally very powerful at cleansing our energy system, making it clearer and much easier to receive through the third eye. Also, surround yourself with gentle, loving beings, environments, and activities. And this will help you to maintain just a very light, open, energetic state of being. Do know that it is safe and so rewarding to open the third eye and to experience your natural, God-given spiritual gifts. I hope you enjoy that process, enjoy the journey. And hey, if you've got any questions or any thoughts on this topic, any stories to share, do leave me a comment below. Definitely go ahead and hit the like button if you enjoyed this video, subscribe to my channel, and hit the notification bell so that you will know when I have made a brand new video for you. All of my links to social media are going to be in the description below if you'd like to keep in touch with me. And if you are interested in your own reading or third eye opening and clearing session, you can visit my website at Hall.com. Thank you so much for watching this video. I love you so much, and know until we meet again that you are so loved and so very blessed. Bye!
Hi, Sarah Hall here. I'm offering you a wonderful new opportunity to expose your business to my audience. Email the Bring Me to Life team at ads@sarahhall.com and let us know if you'd be interested in this special offer. You can feel great about supporting a message you believe in while bringing your own services to light. Again, email us at ads@sarahhall.com for more details.
Everything it takes time. Everything it takes time.
Hello, beautiful. I'm Angie Sanchez. I am so delighted to be here with you guys. I am honored to join the Shine Online 2019 festivities, here to contribute what I can to the community. So what I am sharing with you guys is the importance of enjoying this life experience during your awakening process. So a little bit about me. I am a quantum healing hypnosis practitioner. I am trained in the late Dolores Cannon's method in quantum healing hypnosis technique, also known as QHHT. I am a meditation facilitator. I facilitate workshops, do public speaking. What else? I do so much. I'm also a blogger at archisology.com, which is a community where, you know, we really give resources to enjoy this life experience, which I'm about to dive in right now. So get ready. This is going to be a short video. I'm just going to give you guys some fun tips to really implement into your daily life, into your daily practice, to just really take life and break it down to the most simplest forms. These are tips that I've learned through my sessions, my quantum healing hypnosis sessions, tips that I implement into my daily life. I truly live by this. Just that mindful living, that practicing self-love, all that good jazz. So let's dive in. So the first thing I want to share with you guys is the journey of the awakening process. If you are part of this community, you most likely have experienced an awakening or possibly are experiencing it right now. So an awakening can really shatter our reality. It can really shatter the life that we've lived. So for example, I have had many people who come from the corporate world and have truly woken up to that, whoa, what is this? This isn't the life I want to live. I've only been living this because this is what is expected of me. This is why I went to school, but I'm not happy. So in that sense, they start questioning, there's got to be more to life. There's got to be more to this life experience and more that I can bring to the table, bring to my purpose in life. There is a sense, this is what people say, that there's more that they have to contribute to the world. And there is a passion within them to discover it. So while you're discovering this, you start wanting to share with people around you, and usually during an awakening process there aren't people around you to really understand what you're experiencing. So that can lead to a feeling of loneliness or isolation. So the good thing about today's day and age is that we have the internet and we have social media, which we can so easily connect to conscious people really living the life, people sending out the message of truth, of consciousness, of expansion, of resources. I love all the resources that are there. Once you really dive into the internet and really, go down the rabbit hole on YouTube and just all of that good jazz to really embrace and figure out what's going on in your life during an awakening process. Now, an awakening can also happen in the blink of an eye, meaning you are doing something, even walking out of your house, and suddenly your eyes just open to a new awareness of our universe. That can also happen. So while that can happen so fast, there is this process of figuring out what just happened. So many of you may experience this. If you have, please do, talk about it out loud, share, especially in this community, as I'm sure you're not the only one, or other people can also benefit from what you've experienced as well. So it can be literally, I had the same experience as you, or it can be, oh wow, that's possible, and someone else can contribute to your journey as well. So with that being said, the importance of enjoying this life experience. This one is so dear to my heart. When I was experiencing my awakening to a different consciousness, I felt lonely. I felt almost suicidal. And I kind of lower my voice because it's not something I talk about often, but I'm going to share that experience with you guys here. I felt like not being on this planet was easier. I felt more connected to the other side, to the spirit world, to the universe, to consciousness. I felt more, I felt like I belonged there and not here on Earth with all the other people, even my family. So with that, it was very easy for me to want to escape, to want to not live this life. And then I realized that we are on a mission. You didn't experience an awakening for no reason. You have something to contribute to this world. I have something to contribute to this world. Although once you really start diving into this content, the consciousness content, it almost feels like it's everywhere. But then when you start talking to people, you realize it's not everywhere. And our work is needed and our contribution is needed. So then I started my journey in really understanding what this was. I started my journey in, facing my own shadows, facing my own flaws, facing my own patterns, behavioral patterns that I had that weren't serving me and that were contributing to that negative thought. So some of those things are things like alcohol, are things like pornography, are things like lying. Those things contribute to lowering your vibration. So although you are experiencing a awakening, you can easily be drawn to the dark side by consuming these things. Alcohol, pornography is a big one that really it's like throwing trash at your consciousness. That's the only way I can describe it. It's garbage. It's garbage for your consciousness. I can't emphasize that more. It subconsciously gives you and keeps you at such a primitive state of thinking, of being, that doesn't contribute to your expansion or your growth at all. So the first step is becoming aware of those things, becoming aware of what your go-to thing is. What is your clutch at this moment? Facing it, why is it that you do it? When was the first time you did it? What kind of sensation does it bring up? What does alcohol do for you? So that's the first step, is really recognizing it, really recognizing what your go-to thing is and cutting that off. Lying is a big one that slows your progress down so much. So really face those things, although they may be hard and it may feel like you're not the best person in the world. Truly, we're all trying to figure it out. We're all not only trying to figure it out, but once we figured it out, we're all trying to live it. We're walking it, we're breathing it, we are acknowledging our every step, how it is that we interact with people, how it is that we interact with our families, and most importantly, how it is that you interact with yourself. How are you talking to yourself? How are you treating your body? How are you feeding your body? What kinds of information are you feeding your brain? What kinds of people are you surrounding yourself with? Are you participating in gossip? I'm not saying I'm a saint. I'm just, those are things that I had to truly pay attention to in my own life, cut them off, and move on. Elevate to the next level. The next level, there is no gossip. We see all of this talk about the new earth. In New Earth, there is no gossip. We're all working with each other. We're all contributing to each other's growth. So where do you want to be? Do you want to be part of the old paradigm or step into this new paradigm? So as you step into this new paradigm, the importance is in enjoying the life experience, because once you begin to enjoy this life experience, you'll really begin to create your own reality. And that is the key. The key is to be mindful and be a master of creating your own reality. So another tip I want to share with you guys about enjoying this life experience is, and this is my favorite one, is practicing self-love. Practicing compassion for yourself, practicing forgiveness for the things that you've done, the things that you've been through. I know that some of the things, for example, in my life, the things that I experienced growing up, I not only had to forgive the people that were on my path, but I had to forgive myself for not seeing the signs. And that was the biggest one for me, because for as long as I've moved myself out of a certain situation, a toxic situation, a situation that was very damaging to not only my personal growth, but everything around me was stunting my growth. I had to forgive myself for having put myself in that situation in the first place. So that's one thing that you guys have to really just pay attention to, is just have compassion for yourself. Really work towards forgiving yourself for having put yourself in those situations in the first place. Whether it's a toxic relationship, romantically, friendships, family, all of those things, you, at the end of the day, are with you. The conversation is happening between your ears. So compassion, forgiveness, and the awareness. Be mindful of how you are speaking to others, how you are speaking to yourself. Because I will tell you this, your body and every cell in your body recognizes the words that are being filtered through your mind and through the language that you use. And as you, for example, talk negatively to your body remembers that. It holds that muscle memory of the things that you say to it or that you think of it. So be mindful of your thoughts. Be mindful of the way that you speak, the way that you interact with others. Are you being honest? Are you being truthful? The more truthful you are, the easier it is to pave your way into this new earth experience, this new earth fulfillment of life. So those are other keys on practicing self-love. How are you speaking to yourself? Because how you speak to yourself will also reflect on how you are with others. On the other hand, my personal experience, when I had this realization, I noticed that I was speaking to myself the way that I would never speak to strangers, or the way I would never speak to people I love. So why would I speak to myself in such negative ways? And that's almost the moment that I started, like, it was an awakening in itself. Was like, whoa, I cannot believe that I would say such things to myself. So be mindful of that. So the other tip, I don't know what number we're on. We're not numbering these. So the other tip I want to share with you guys is do more of the things that you love. Make a list of all of the things that you enjoy doing, whether that's riding your bike, watching an inspirational movie or a comedy, whatever it is, writing, whether it's writing or hanging out with your mom or your dad or your brother or sister or your best friend, whatever that is, just that thing that brings that inner joy out. Make a list of all of, just number 1 through 10, make a list of all of those things that you enjoy. Painting, reading, gardening, I don't know, it could be the most simple things. Make a list of those. And my next tip to really enjoy these are do more of these things. Really dive in, really get passionate about these things. Learn more about them, take a class, meet more people that are into the same thing, build a community around these things. I couldn't emphasize that more, because once you recognize that these things bring you joy and bring you passion and activate you and activate that light in you, it's almost your duty to really dive into these things and not look around and see what others are doing in regards to your passions or the things that bring you joy. Just you do them, because the reason these other people are doing what they're doing is because they're passionate about it too. And perhaps someday you'll become a peer to these people that you look up to or are comparing yourself to. Comparison is never healthy. We're all on the same journey. We are all reflections of each other. We truly are. So when you see that comparison, one way to use it as a tool is to use it as a reminder of where it is that you want to be. Because in the comparison, there's also something that you acknowledge in that other person that you admire. And if you acknowledge that in another person, that means that you yourself have that trait. And vice versa, if you're pointing out something negative in someone else or in what someone else is doing, perhaps you hold that within you. You've done it before, or you subconsciously don't recognize that you're doing it, but somewhere in there you are doing it. So really think about that, really analyze that, observe that, and again, have compassion for yourself. Doesn't mean you're a bad guy. We're all human. We are in human bodies on this planet, experiencing in this world, interacting with other humans. So while we have a connection with other realms, I'm sure this applies to most people in this community, whether it's your meditation practice, connecting with your spirit guides, your angels, beings from another dimension, things like that. We have to learn how to integrate all of that information and apply it into our daily life, into our daily interactions. So the last tip that I want to share with you guys is, let's see. Again, these are not planned, these are just flowing. This is all just flowing. And what's coming to me is just being happy. Just being happy. You know, there's so much information out there on YouTube on practices, daily practices that you can do to exercise the muscle of how your mind works. Observe that your thoughts are your thoughts. And your thoughts don't make you you. They're not part of you. They are your thoughts. You are this pure light experiencing this body. Think of this ball of light just literally running the machine. The machine is your body. This is your vehicle to experience this earthly experience. So your thoughts are separate. Your body's separate. Honor your thoughts. Honor your body. This light, you have to feed this light what makes this light expand more and more and more and more. Joy, happiness, doing more of the things you love, interacting with those that you enjoy interacting with, and not putting yourself in situations where you feel like you have to hide or you have to like kind of cower down, you know? There's so many people in the world, so many people. Why do you have to be with people that are toxic or that you can't be yourself with? That just doesn't make any sense to me. So don't do it. Surround yourself with more people that make you happy, that bring out that spark within you. Happiness, you know, it's not easy. It's not easy to be happy, but the more that you appreciate the little things in life, the trees, the flowers, the food you eat, practice gratitude daily for the connections, even the connections you make on social media. I've met some phenomenal people on social media that it's priceless. There are things that are just priceless. Connection is one of those things. It's priceless. So connect with more people that bring you joy, that bring you happiness, that you know you can confide in when things are tough. Allow yourself to feel, you know, if you're not feeling happy, just allow yourself to release, cry, let it out, write, go work out, box, let that energy flow. When you're boxing or you're exercising, anything like that, or even crying, you're releasing that energy. It's not being retained in your body. It's flowing out. Even the boxing, like that energy is flowing out. It's going out of your body. It's, you know, working those endorphins, changing that energy within you. I think there's a lot of information in this video, but I hope that brings you guys some clarity on how to enjoy this life experience. Smile at a stranger. I always say you never know what people are going through. You never know where they're coming from. Someone may have just been diagnosed with cancer and, you know, they think life is over. But you smiling at them reminds them that this is a precious experience, you know? It really varies. I'm not saying that's the only reason to smile at a stranger. I'm just saying that you never know what people are experiencing. I remember growing up, I used to always be told that I come from a great family and that I must have great parents. And while I come from a great family, that wasn't why I was optimistic and positive. It was because I understood that not everyone knows where we come from. Not everyone knows our story. I lost my father when I was 8 to a heroin overdose. I didn't have parents growing up. I pretty much became aware of becoming who I am because I was so connected to my guides and the angels around me. Not to give my mother zero credit for me being who I am. I give her plenty of credit for that. But people don't know that. And if I was that young girl walking through the street, you know, scared of the world, because at points I was scared of the world, and a stranger smiled at me with pure intentions, mind you, pure intentions, it gave me hope. And it gave me the idea and the possibility that there was more to life and that I could do more in my life, most importantly. So smile at a stranger, say hi. There's so many lonely people in this world. Perhaps listen to a friend or listen to a stranger. A lot of our elderly don't have people that will listen to them. So I encourage you to do those little things in your life that are truly priceless. There are just making small adjustments here and there, being mindful, practicing self-love, practicing a hello, having compassion for ourselves, releasing the energy within our bodies to just let go. You don't need to hold on to anything. You can be light in the world. You can be free in the world. Take a deep breath. It feels so good. I feel so good. All right, well, I'm going to end it there. I thank you guys so much for coming on here and watching this beautiful marathon. I'm so honored to be part of Shine Online. For ways to connect with me, again, I'm Angie Sanchez. You can visit my website, www.angie-sanchez.com. You can find me on Instagram and Twitter and Facebook at _Angie M Sanchez across all platforms. So I am easily accessible there. I hope that you guys feel inspired, that you feel light, that you feel loved. You are so loved. The universe loves you so much. You have no idea. So enjoy your day, enjoy this weekend, and I hope to connect with you guys in the near future. And have a fabulous day. Thank you so much for having me.
Hi guys, Shannon Shine here, and I am super excited and grateful to be hosting Shine Online for the 3rd year in a row. For those of you who don't know, Bring Me to Life Network is a grassroots network that is co-created to bring you inspiring and awakening content to help you feel more alive. We do so out of the goodness of our hearts, and if you feel inspired and able to do so, we truly appreciate donations. We run off of donations and sponsorships alone. So if you've received something amazing from any of today's workshops, or if you are excited to enjoy the musical performances and you feel guided to do so, you may send a donation to us via PayPal through projectbringmetolife@gmail.com. That is projectbringme2life@gmail.com. And again, all donations are truly appreciated and go towards the ability to be able to keep creating inspiring and awakening content for all of you. I truly hope you enjoy the rest of your Shine Online experience, and please share with a friend. Comment with us below and let us know what you think.
Yes, there's a power that's lying deep inside of our souls. Taught to keep it tucked away. This makes it easier to keep us under control. But I feel it rising, and I know that you feel it too. Time has come to make adjustments to the lenses we've been looking through. We've got this magic deep down inside us. Rise up and step into your inner God and inner goddess. This magic deep down inside us. Rise up and step into your inner God and inner goddess. And shake and dance the way the music makes our bodies feel. Express all the emotion that we often tend to conceal. The music fills our bodies with its spirit and its fire. The music pulls like puppet strings at our limbs. We move and groove and we never tire. When we surrender to the magic that's deep inside us, rise up and step into your inner God and inner goddess. This magic that's deep inside us, rise up and step into your inner God and inner goddess. To tell the people that you love that you really care. Hope that you saw a light inside of them when you're not sure that they really know that it's there.
if you blossom from the bud and now you've bloomed into a beautiful flower. One side of you could be the spark for another person to step into their power. And then they'll know their magic, and it's deep inside us. Rise up and step into your inner God and inner goddess. This magic that's deep inside us. Rise up and step into your inner God and inner goddess. This magic deep down inside us. Rise up and step into your inner God and inner goddess.
Woo! Yay!
Beings have tempted you off course in the past, have made you stray away from your true heart's purpose. Don't listen to them. Align with the one reality, connected to all. The beings have tempted you with the lure of power, money, and happiness, but all of this is fleeting, temporal pleasure that will turn to pain. The only true wealth exists within you, and you must now send that limitless fount of life into this world. To serve the whole is to be free from the enslavement of illusion of separation, time, and death. The act of giving sets you free. The act of giving sets you free. The act of giving sets you free. No need to escape when the now is safe to play in. The only true wealth exists within you.
Thanks for shining on with us.
Hi everyone, I'm Sarah Hall, and today we're going to learn about how to meet your guardian angels. Everyone has guardian angels, no matter your religious affiliations, because angels are universal beings of love who are here to guide all of humanity. So, who are the guardian angels? Guardian angels are loving spiritual beings who watch over you throughout your entire life. They are your most constant spiritual guides. Most of us know them even before we are born, since they help us in preparing to embark upon a human lifetime. They know your life's plan and purpose and have made a soul agreement with you to guide you through each experience along the journey, whether positive or negative. They are here to protect you and counsel you or nudge you on the right path so that you can keep with your soul's chosen lessons and purpose. Guardian angels are beings of pure love, just as all angels are. And they understand you, accept you, and love you unconditionally, no matter what. So of course, it is a wonderful thing to get to know them and to be able to call upon them by name. They can make wonderful friends and companions. Now, guardian angels are different than archangels. While archangels such as Michael, Raphael, or Uriel may also watch over you and act as constant guides and protectors, your guardian angels are someone different. This being, the guardian angel, is a special, unique member of your soul family who is focused on all that is you 24/7. They are heaven sent to watch over the miracle that is your unique soul's expansion. They love you. They guard your soul's highest intentions and destinies, and again, primarily make sure that you stay connected to your chosen path and purpose by protecting you and guiding you in all that you do. Now, when called upon, your guardian angel will always guide you back to the light from which you came. They are wonderful reminders of heaven, helping you to keep connected to the divine source of love that is God. Now, just like all angels, of course, your guardian angels will always honor your free will choices. They intervene, guide, help, and heal to the extent that you allow and invite them to do so. Free will is a beautiful and integral part of the human experience because we are here to expand the universal soul, and we do it by navigating through the adventure that is this life with our own desires, our own convictions, passions, decisions, and lessons here to help us to learn in our own unique way. We all signed up for this adventure and anticipated it passionately until the moment we were born, and your guardian angel was there from the beginning. Your guardian angel understands the extent to which your soul wishes to grow and explore this world in relative independence or with their guidance. So they understand where your soul might want to garner or test or creatively shape its own strength and life force. by doing some things on our own, figuring things out. But that being said, again, you have free will, so you can call upon your guardian angel to help you and soothe you or teach you and aid you in manifesting miracles at any moment that you choose. Now, what about people who don't know the angels? How do their guardian angels help them? Well, the guardian angels will intervene in the lives of those who aren't aware of angels or aren't inviting them in, so long as that person is subconsciously open and willing to receive help. Oftentimes because that person has a contract at a soul level to have the angels intervene in her or his life in some way. One very common agreement that we have made with our guardian angels is to have them protect us from dying before our soul's chosen time. We all make unique agreements with our guardian angels too before we are born. And you may have already agreed that your angel would intervene in certain areas of your life to the extent that they keep you on purpose or protected under certain circumstances. Perhaps they're guiding you in your relationships or with your career path. It just depends on you. It all depends on your unique soul's mission and plan for this lifetime. And again, of course, you can always invite them in more. And to that point, depending on your unique purpose, you may have more than one guardian angel. Most of us seem to have at least two, if not more, guardian angels with us, depending on our intentions for this lifetime. And again, yes, you can meet and get to know your guardian angel. I'll tell you about my first experience meeting one of my guardian angels. Many years ago, when I was first learning about angels and beginning to feel and connect with them most, I thought to myself, I would really like to know my guardian angel. If there is a being who has known and loved me since before birth, it would be wonderful to meet that being. And so I prayed, and mentally I set the intention with the universe that I wanted to meet my guardian angel. Well, fast forward to a few weeks later, I was attending my first Kundalini yoga class. Kundalini is a style of yoga that has many wonderful spiritual benefits, in addition, of course, to the physical and mental benefits. I find Kundalini yoga highly effective at radically and very swiftly shifting my vibration to heightened states of being, in which my conscious connectedness to the oneness of the universe is made quite stronger and more clear. Sometimes in this form of yoga, I've literally been able to feel my vibration lifting and clearing out my energy body of anything that I don't need, kind of buzzing around things and shifting. So it's highly purifying. And in my very first Kundalini yoga class, wow, was that ever true? I felt these buzzing sensations shifting the flow of energy throughout my body. They dissolved blockages and just seemed to heighten my feeling of wholeness and well-being, body, mind, and spirit. My mind kind of felt as if the clouds had disappeared and the sun was now shining in, enabling me to perceive and kind of expand beautifully. So that felt really good. And at the end of the yoga class, we were all lying down in Shavasana, which is to lie down on your back with your eyes closed and to rest, meditate, and assimilate the benefits of the practice. So I remember lying down in Shavasana, and I remember that the lights were very dim in the room. There were only a few candles lighting the room. And it was kind of a crisp autumn evening, and the sun had already disappeared from the sky. And I remember feeling that kind of dark, warm setting of the moment, it just lent to a very inward, introspective state. I could still feel my energy buzzing, in fact, from the class. And as I meditated, I observed my energy body kind of dancing very swiftly with a kind of golden colored light that I could perceive all around me. Then the golden light seemed to concentrate right in front of my face. And after a moment, out of the golden light, a face formed in front of me. It was a beautiful, sweet face with soft, round cheeks and big, shining eyes. And I was so surprised that I opened my eyes ever so slightly, and much to my amazement, I was still seeing the face, even with my eyes open, right in the air in front of me. So I closed my eyes again to concentrate on this, and soon there was what seemed to be a young woman, the aura of a woman hovering above me. She was absolutely radiant, made of incredibly vibrant golden light. Every particle of her countenance seemed like it held a billion other particles of light inside of it. She was so beautiful and so kind looking, so compassionate. She was smiling with such a sweet, innocent smile. And suddenly I saw tears streaming down her eyes. Tears of pure happiness and overwhelming love. I had such a familiar feeling from her, as if I had known her forever. I knew instantly that she was my guardian angel. I just felt it and knew it. And I realized that she was weeping out of happiness that I was finally seeing her. That after all this time, we were actually looking at one another face to face. Soon I began to cry with joy as well, just feeling that connection. And silently I asked her, "What is your name?" Her voice sounded like it had many layers to it, like a kind of a chorus of bells. And she said, "Bethlehem." I heard the name repeated in my head several times as if it were echoing across my consciousness like a sound echoing across a lake. Then she paused and said, "You can call me Beth." I spent the next few moments simply meditating and being with her until it was time for the yoga class to be over. And wow, did it ever feel good walking home that night. And that was the first time I met one of my guardian angels. I just asked to meet one, and then so I did. And I believe so can you. The first step in doing so is always, always, always set the intention. And remember that angels and other loving spiritual beings, again, will always respect your free will. So you have to ask first if you want something. You may do so through writing, dedicating a meditation practice to the intention setting, and then perhaps speaking or thinking your intention while you feel very connected to the spiritual energy. Or you may do so through prayer, whether it's traditional form of prayer or one that you make up yourself. Once you ask, all you need to do is begin to open your mind to receive. Many people will actually receive the name or an image or a feeling of their guardian angel right away, right after asking. In fact, I actually had an amazing experience of that recently. I was doing an angel reading for a wonderful little girl and for her sister, and when we asked what her guardian angel's name was, we both heard the name at the same time. So I said, "I'm hearing a name that sounds like Seviel." And she gasped with the most delighted look in her eyes, and she said, "I just heard the name Sephiel in my head." And she was so excited because she felt as if she knew that would be her guardian angel's name. So we both heard practically the same name simultaneously, which was just so amazing. And of course, children are open to the spiritual energy so easily, so it's easy for them to connect. But if you're like me, when I first asked who my guardian angel was, you might need to lift your vibration and open your spiritual consciousness first before you'll be able to sense or notice the answer that's coming from your angels. But know this, your angels will always, always answer every prayer and every question you ask until you receive the answer in some form or another. They always help deliver what you need in exactly the way that best suits you, that you are ready for, that you are receptive to. So again, once you set your intention to meet with your guardian angel, watch for the signs. Maybe you'll continuously meet people with the same name out in the world, or see or read a particular name over and over again until you finally realize that, oh, this is my guardian angel's name. Or maybe you'll meditate or pray daily after you've set your intention, which of course is a wonderful way to lift your spiritual energy. And then, within meditation and prayer, you'll eventually begin to see, feel, or perceive or hear in some way the presence of your guardian angel. If you want to connect with your guardian angel, I do highly recommend doing something to raise your frequency regularly until your spiritual senses sharpen a bit. And you'll know when they are because you may begin to attract a lot of synchronicities. Synchronicities are, of course, divine coincidences that are heaven sent to show you that you're on the right path. And your guardian angels, yes, do send you these sometimes. I find it helpful to do something to uplift your vibration by activating all components of your being at once, including, the physical, the mental, and the spiritual. So in my case, Kundalini yoga kind of activated all three of those things at one time, but you can practice a variety of things to lift your frequency any way that resonates with you the most, whether it's exercise or yoga for your physical body, dietary change, maybe dance, ecstatic dance, singing, meditation, praying, making art, chanting, spiritual rituals. It's totally up to you. Whatever way you choose to access your angels, I highly recommend just going ahead and practicing with it. And I also recommend asking your guardian angel to tell you their names. This way, you'll have a very personal, tangible, and easy way to call upon them right away. Furthermore, when you get someone's name, that being's energy will be infused into the name. So just by knowing a name, you know the being. It is a way of intimating with someone to know them and call them by their name. The name kind of conjures all the consciousness that being has associated with her or himself, and knowing it kind of promotes togetherness, doesn't it? It promotes understanding. Now you can also ask your guardian angels to send you a specific sign or symbol to help you communicate with them. For example, some people's angels send them feathers or coins or birds flying in the sky or coming up really close to you, or specific songs as synchronicities to let them know that they're loved, that you're being watched over. Another very common sign is to connect with a particular color, as most angels will always have a dominant color that is in their energy field, and it's connected to who they are, what their personality is like, what their mission is. You see, every color represents a different ray or shade of divine consciousness. So to know their color and the meaning of your angel's color is a way to get to know them too. So let's go ahead and do a little mini spiritual exercise together now to call upon your guardian angels. So go ahead and place your hand over your heart. Take in a deep breath. You can close your eyes if that feels good. Breathe, relax, and feel these words echoing through your heart. Dear guardian angels, please be close to me now. Open my heart, mind, and spirit so that I may sense your presence and come to know you. Please teach me your name and how might I relate with you the best. Show me the truth of your love, guardian angel. Guide me to be pure of heart and spirit so that I may walk in your loving light now and always. Now breathe deeply and feel your spirit filling up with beautiful angelic light. Breathe this light and know that your guardian angel loves you and is with you. And you can come back to this kind of exercise and repeat it anytime you want to continue feeling close with them. You may now open your eyes if you're ready to do so. And please do carry this feeling of connection and love with you today and every day. Thank you so much for watching this video, my friends. Do keep in touch with me by liking, subscribing, and hitting the notification bell and clicking the social media links in the description below if you'd like to keep in touch. And if you want to support my mission to make as much free, spiritually empowering content on this channel as possible, you can also click the link below to join my Patreon. If you want to connect with me personally for a healing, reading, or angelically channeled course, you can visit my website at sarahhall.com. And know, until we meet again, that you are so loved and so very blessed. Bye!
Hi guys, Shannon Shine here. I'm curious, have you heard of the Bring Me to Life Challenge movement? Each week we feature a new task and a variety of content to help you do said task. We're calling this the Bring Me to Life Challenge, and we encourage you and others to join us to make this community come alive. We want to see the network really thrive and people making friends and doing these tasks together. If you would like to join the community where we have created this platform to bring you content to help you wake up and shine on, we encourage the interaction and hope you can join us in our various chat rooms and comment locations, and we would love to hear from you. You can do so by checking out the Bring Me to Life Challenge Facebook group or signing up for our newsletter and joining us at bringmetolife.com. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day and your Shine Online experience. Thanks for tuning in.
See, live aloha means to live with love, with grace, with peace and harmony. I know that we are connected not only to ourselves, but to this big, beautiful world all around us. And no matter your age, your gender, your race, we are all still one. We are all the same species, the human race. It is up to us to get back to our roots, to find a connection between us and the earth, to protect it, to love it, to love ourselves. I live aloha, yeah, I'm living with love. I wake up, bake up, and I thank him above. My heart is happy and my spirit is full. I wear a smile, I love all that I do. My people buy me and I'm thankful for that. I wanna give them all the things they ain't had. I got the power in me. I live aloha every breath that I breathe. Cannonball away tonight. Yeah. These waterfalls are yours and mine. I live aloha, I'm living aloha. 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 I'm really connected. Mother Nature, I respect it. Can't you see she's affected? Disrespected. I got love for you, girl. I'ma be right there for you, girl. Spread my word around the world for you, just to teach him how to love again. She my friend, he my friend, you my friend, we are one. We are numb to the days ahead. We don't know what's coming, but we gotta give it all or nothing. Time is such a precious thing. Love is more than a diamond ring. Spread yourself around people who believe in love. That's the most important thing. Cannonball away tonight. Waterfalls are yours and mine. I live aloha, I'm living aloha. 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 Yeah. Live aloha, I'm living aloha. Live aloha,
aloha. Your smile feels so cold, cold as snow that burns my nose. Why can't we go back, back to that fin in the wind? Why do you wanna see me cry? Cover me in snow just to numb the pain. Why do seasons change? 'Cause it's changing with the time. Your love leaves me in the cold. Full time passed, so now you're gone. If I could go back, change the colors with the wind, maybe you'd be here, standing by my side. I'm falling off the edge of time. Edge of time.
It don't surprise me. He can have you, but don't you cry. You cry when he leaves you in the dirt. Now you know you get what you deserve. Why can't you just leave me be? You're so done with all this dirty.
Worried you when I cannot speak. Wind will blow your worries away. If I could go back, change the colors with the wind, maybe you'd be here, standing by my side. I'm falling off the edge of time. Edge of time. If I could go back, change the colors with the wind, maybe you'd be here, standing by my side. I'm falling off the edge of time. Edge of time.
Everything you want is already here. Everything you want is already. Everything you want is already here. Everything you want is already here, here, here. Here, here, here. Here, here, here. Here, here, here. Energy, hold tight. Feel it in my bones when it's out of sight. Fortified for the ride. Yearning for everything all the time. Yeah, the goal is what I see, but I fall in love with the journey. It overflows, and here's the key, so that you can dig into this treasury. Tune into the vision by moving with imagination. Checking when emotion saying I'm closer to its manifestation. And with the dash of I'm so grateful, watch you drop into the physical. Everything you want is already here. Everything you want is already here, here, here. Everything you want is already here. Here, here, here.
whisper in your ear that I am near. Your warmth brings me great relief. Toe to toe with you, may I be always, always be. And you ain't gotta work hard, baby, let go. It's already handled from the get-go. Just keep this memory central. Show up, yeah, let the vibe send you. And you ain't gotta work hard, baby, let go. It's already handled from the get-go. Just keep this memory central. Show up, yeah, let the vibe send you. Everything you want is already here. Here, here, here. Everything you want is already here. Here, here, here. Everything you want is already here. Here, here, here. Everything you want is already here, here, here. Here, here, here. Here, 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 here. Here, here, here.
Able to be, since I was able to see the lack of limits I've been infinite. This is indiscriminate, isn't narcissistic. Arson isn't always meant to be destructive, it's an art form. This is my attempt to start the fire that makes you art more and logic less, cause logic since the dollar has been off of it. I'm offering a sentence that could bring you back to sanity. Empathic but emphatically, I plan to see you mastering the art of your existence so that everyone can benefit. Then on and fractally it blossoms into everything. Mindfully we intervene, i.e. create reality. I used to hate this word, but now I know its definition. Learn to trust my family, I see all 7 billion. So I deem it time to DMT you all with my opinion. I pray to my creators that just one of you will listen. As a cell is reconnecting us with everything. Evidently, everything is bound to evolve. That's the nature of the fractal that we're also involved with. Revolving around a nucleus that nuclearly powers us. But I've comprised a theory that suggests we really power it. Power is the act of understanding. This is not the planet I was born from. Though the Mastodon is part of me, I'm partially a part of the Mars. Time in space, but I'll remember when they're blasting me on. That I am everything, free from the pendulum. I control my darkness just enough to make a friend of it. Addendumless, my Bible is remembering the ultimate. And every channeled verse is holy text because we come from it. And every son and daughter is my bleeding heart and counterpart. So I will find the others and remind them that we have a heart. You're part of God whenever you remember. And I'm sure now endeavoring forever on the quest to show you more. How the fight to find truth was always inside you. I'm here to remind you that you are now what confines you. You travel through time to arrive at this line, and now you are in a vessel designed to invent and define truth. Illusion divides you, but you are the limitless vine through which everything runs through. I need only remind you that you are. Everything runs through, and remind you that you are God. Here to remind you that you are the light and divine truth. It's always inside you. And I'm here to remind you that you are not what confines you. You travel through time to arrive at this line, and now you are in a vessel designed to invent it to find truth. I need only remind you that you are God. You are God. You are God. I'm here to remind you that you are.
Megalithic Pegasus, astral flash samples of solar transit over soul advancements. Star seeds grown from fertile eternal shadow. Opus coded in a Jibberjaw grid, transdimensional intercom centerfold central from a pine cone. Download the light stream wide. Take a look at all these ink blots through glasses that are 5D. Cause life is your Rorschach. Open up the mirror with a locksmith format. In the land of Osiris, blue water, green water, dream water, spiral floods into your I am. It's the six-winged tribe with the feather-faced smiling flow. Whispers through your psyche from the tongues of the divine, and now the rhythm is live. The bones of the drums of the soul is the rhythm. The portal in this poem is a skull made of crystal. This ornament is warmed by the sun and absorbed and expressed in the fleshy tones that deliver it. Splash in the river of a slithering seraphic catalytic vision. And remember your enchantment. It's an opportunity to answer the call for you to step into your grandeur. Symphony of paranormal miracle epiphany pinnacle transmission in Prince. These spiral song wizardry, the language of the birds carry on infinitely. Totemic medicine is embedded, fully digested through the glance of a smoke-eyed shaman who ghost rides the comet on both sides. Pineal prerogative of flooding the coastline with consciousness. Close your eyes and focus on the Indian grandstand lucidity. Dance into the sun.
looking to find what was within. Taking a couple steps, wanna know the direction. If I don't search, how will I know what I was given? I feel like Santiago in the book The Alchemist, or maybe King Arthur in the midst of Babylon. It's all these mysteries Joseph Campbell talked about. The power of myth, following your bliss. Come up with a rapture, it's time for the next chapter. Even when I feel like there is no way I could write it, right into this world where people are divided. There's no secret, I know the artist's ways. Still to this day, disdain is engraved. Pack your bags, it's time to go play. Wait no longer, it's happening here. Tell me, what are we waiting for? Something to appear.
If you really want it, you can have it. If you can see it happen, it'll happen. You can bring it to you like a magnet. Careful what you think about, cause life is really magic. If you really want it, you can have it. If you can see it happen, it'll happen. You can bring it to you like a magnet. Careful what you think about, cause life is really magic.
I think the princess must have just kissed the frog. Cause the smart TV that's hanging against the wall keep telling me that I am the fairest prince of all. And my iPhone is looking like it's a crystal ball. This gypsy ain't you playing no 3-card Marley. Natural mystic, it'll make you see Bob Marley. Every action causes reaction and causes to actions. Pay attention to this law of attraction. Past all distractions, follow the path. You watching all of it happen, seeing it fall and you laugh. And it's really almost exactly the way you saw it way back when it was just some little idea you would draw on a napkin, yeah. Mystical, magical feeling in the air. The time, place, and feeling of me being a millionaire. My mind make it real and I keep building till I feel prepared. My spine get a chill when I realize I'm already there.
If you really want it, you can have it. If you can see it happen, it'll happen. You can bring it to you like a magnet. Careful what you think about, cause life is really magic. If you really want it, you can have it. If you can see it happen, it'll happen. You can bring it to you like a magnet. Careful what you think about, cause life is really magic.
This song's not about quick fingers, a sleight of hand, rabbit out the hat, cleverness. No disrespect to magicians or illusionists with their palm switch, ditch, steel, load, simulation, misdirection. Show and teller will never tell you, so let's explore the theory of relativity. Even Einstein had a mind defined by the lines of time. So as I enter back to my birth into the DMT, and I feast on scraps and I write these raps, and I feel that there's not many that really know what I'm talking about. Think I'll slow it down and speak to you like this. You might get that feeling I'm a psychic. I got the fire burning, I got that blue flame. I had some tea with Merlin, and now I'm never the same. So hocus pocus, abracadabra, alakazam. Language is an instrument that takes us beyond the horizon. Go ahead and look in.
If you really want it, you can have it. If you can see it happen, it'll happen. You can bring it to you like a magnet. Careful what you think about, cause life is really magic. If you really want it, you can have it. If you can see it happen, it'll happen. You can bring it to you like a magnet. Careful what you think about, cause life is really magic. If you really want it, you can have it. If you can see it happen, it'll happen. You can bring it to you like a magnet. Careful what you think about, cause life is really magic. Ready, set.
Well, yeah. Well, yeah. Well, yeah. Well, yeah. No one can take away my vibes and my highs. I keep my state of mind up in the horizons. It's just so pretty up here, I can't deny it. No one can take away my vibes and my highs. Said no, they didn't know. I'm betting on they didn't know. Living on my own supply. Watch 'em grow up, then I pick 'em dry. Incredible, it's mythical. Got me doing things unthinkable, and I'm thinking I should blow the night away. All on my conscience, you're on to me. Building a rocket with that shot speed. You'll find me flying over them planes. Flying cause of them strains. Flying over them planes. Blame it on that strain. No one can take away my vibes and my highs. I keep my state of mind up in the horizons. It's just so pretty up here, I can't deny it. No one can take away my vibes and my highs. No one can take away my vibes and my highs. I keep my state of mind up in the horizons. It's just so pretty up here, I can't deny it. No one
skies. I keep my state of mind up in the horizons. It's just so pretty up here, I can't deny. No one can take away my vibes and my highs. No one can take away my vibes and my highs. I keep my state of mind up in the horizons. It's just so pretty up here, I can't deny. No one can take away my vibes and my highs. Well, yeah. 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 Well, yeah.
I was walking in the wilderness, through a field of wild weeds. I hear the sibilance, quick steps I proceed, but need to circumvent. Before me on this pilgrimage, atop a wilted bridge, a rare flower. I feel mystic in this rain shower, with a surge of strange power. I tame hours, overwhelmed before this same flower. Tilted toward the sun, she's dexterous and delicate. The breeze whispers eloquent, across the leaves she moves, she's telling it. She swirls in melting mist, petals stretching swift, it's Genesis. I catch a scent, a gentle whiff, like rich lavender, undertone with cocoa cannabis. She stands alone, complexion of an amethyst. Stem is like a golden candlestick, mad conductive, illuminates the hillside. Shining lustrous, pollen encrusted, iridescent, like the moon with a tear in its crescent. Paints my pupils monsoons through the keyholes of heaven, every direction brightly glowing. I noticed how my timing coincided with the moments when a blossom opened. Little lotus, I suppose it's not my place to stick my nose in. The beds of roses never smelled this close to pure ambrosia. I see you bear the scars of swarms of locusts. My fingertips are radiant, atomic glow sticks. Sometimes it's hard to cloak it, so I wander. Put my hands into pockets, but stay attentive. Always in the shadows stand the prophets. Excuse me as I spark this candle with a passing comet. We'll meditate a while and keep the passions cosmic. As our minds begin to manifest, the soil richens, because this land is blessed with coiled wisdom. Always cultivate your floral visions.
Know this. Stop and smell the lotus. Know this. Stop and smell the lotus. Know this. Stop and smell the lotus.
My saliva's liquid glass cuts my teeth sharp as it's dripping past. It's simple math, there's only one eye, the wicked stripped in half. The crystal flash, images with blissful gasps, limitless when wrinkles slash faces of the weary. In the dreary dawn, Miss Aurora, may I sit upon your lawn. Dew captivates, molecules that move at faster rates. On a blade of grass, photosynthesis awakes the snake. In fact, it hibernates until the moon is full. Tidals pull, the cycle close at hand. I sense revival in familiar land, creating tiles made from burning sand. Lightning licks the land, it's treacherous to step beyond, connecting with space through cosmic intercoms. My inner calm, piloting this ship across the sound. We can sink it where it sits, or try to turn the course around. While we're strong enough to move it, not afraid to drown. I'm able now to administer the dosage. Keep your focus, know this, you gotta stop and smell the lotus.
Stop and smell the lotus. Know this. Stop and smell the lotus. Know this. Stop and smell the lotus. Know this. Stop and smell the lotus. Know this.
the moonlight's wisdom. I've got all my visions packed up in a little bag. As I sit and wonder, where does internal thunder implant its rupture to knock the structures down? I wanna hear your fire amplified loud. I wanna see you call to attention the heartstrings of the crowd. I can see your potential coming to life. Burst open, little flower, oh, your time is right. Shine your little light. Oh, to shine your little light. Oh, so shine your little light. Shine your little light. Spark in the darkness lights up the whole room. A spark in the darkness lights up the whole room. A spark in the darkness lights up the whole world. A spark in the darkness lights up the whole world. Said this little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine. Let it shine. Let it shine. Oh, let it shine. Said this little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine. Let it shine. Let it shine. Oh, let it shine. Gonna take this light around the world. We're gonna let it shine. Gonna take this light around the world. We're gonna let it shine. Let it shine. Let it shine. Let it shine. Oh, let it shine. With this light we can change the world. We're gonna let it shine. Oh, with this light we can change the world. We're gonna let it shine. Let it shine. Let it shine. Let it shine. Let it shine.
Magical and great's about to happen. This is the day, yeah, that we'll remember forever. Anything is possible, getting better and better, yeah. Feeling strong, feeling healthy and grateful. Sipping coffee, having talks with Creator. Singing praise for the blessings of the universe. Giving love to our beautiful Mother Earth. Dying every night and waking up to rebirth. It's your birthday, what you wanna do first? Sip some agua and satisfy your deep thirst. Greet the sun, wondering what I'm really worth. Can this body mind merge with the space and time hurt? That the mold guys are moving our timelines into something that's a bit more harmonious. Right now is a big metamorphosis. Coupon and a half metamorphosis. Walking on the planet from the stars and the oceans. Just keep your eyes peeled, pineals getting healed. This is time that the secrets get revealed. Woke up this morning with a really good feeling. Something magical and great's about to happen. This is the day that we'll remember forever. Anything is possible, getting better and better. Feeling good, feeling love, feeling beautiful. Feeling wind on the back of an eagle. Big spirit guiding us to a people. Standing up strong and tall like a TV pole. Expecting miracles, magical visuals. Passion, the planet, one family, all equals. Healing waters and the medicine of knowledge. New sunlight with extra wattage. How I love you and all your pretty perfumes. All we wanna do is play you some good tunes. That's the best we express our gratitude. And it's intentional, so let it all be possible. Pass pass the ball, y'all. Let the prayer snowball till this old rinky-dinky paradigm falls. What goes up always evolves, and revolves involves all your in-laws, all our relatives from minerals to mammoths. We're the planets, so plant some plants, kid. Didn't plan it, but it's still gonna happen. That's the satisfaction of attraction. There's some laws to a cause and affection. Positive reference, powerful reverence, and you don't get a break for 1 second. Magnetic, forever connected. Woke up this morning with a really good feeling. Something magical and great's about to happen. This is the day that we'll remember forever. Anything is possible. Get better and better.
Shadows when we're walking in the sun. I hold you in your highest, even if you try to run. Stay humble to the mystery and face the open road. Share the same goals for the healing of our home. Can't deny it. We on this path of love. You can try to hold on to the old. I hear the stories burning as we grow. All included in this movement. Here we go. Realignment, we can leave the pain behind us. All inclusive, if you choose it, will you show up? Like thorns in the rose, the fragrance of our souls embraces the call, brings life to us all. You know we can soar higher than our goals. Take flight like an eagle, gain sight like an eagle. No more poison on the tongue. We lift each other up, children of the sun. Make moves to the one.
Struggle, there's a struggle for our minds. Let's not struggle in our hearts. Promise keep on smiling bright, even when the walk is dark. And I'll be by your side all along your story. From the ending to the start, from the ending to the start. We're the honest who we are. There's no need to travel far. But if you do the journey, be the point of it all. So build up your legacy and break down their walls. Something 7 generations of descendants will recall.
by true. Blow a kiss in the wind, let it never come back again. Please don't act like you don't know. I'm gonna get it, go from a go. It really ain't no competition. Give it a seed that's so large for fishing. I've got mine and you've got yours. It really ain't no competition. Give it a seed that's so large for fishing. I've got mine and you've got yours. That flower to bloom. It's December, look not June. Maybe March, don't really know. Want to stick around, but I've gotta go. You know what to say when it starts to rain and when it all goes down. Will you stick around? Would you stay the night? Would you give your life? Doesn't even really matter if you're not willing to fight. It's all about repair. This I swear, stand my ground for my family. Work so hard that I can't be beat. Never meet defeat, cause if it's not win-win, then I won't compete. Compliments to those willing to give back and forth as we go. Compliments to those as we go, as we go.
Appreciation all the time. There's other things that would have been messing up my mind. I know the truth is permanent once you look inside. You gotta find a way. I'm thankful for life and for everything, and every second moving up on the better things, better things, better things, better things, better things, optimistic, optimist prime.
Thanks for shining on with us.